Hello, 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 everybody, and welcome to another Toonkind D&D. Well, this was originally supposed to be an FPS, but now it's turned into basically a fully fledged game. My name is Mira, and I will be one of your co-DMs this evening. And with me is the very wonderful...
Hi, I'm Arthur. I will be your second co-DM. Hi. Good. We are here with our fantastic, beloved, and fantabulous players. Top to bottom.
Hi, I'm Magic, and I'm in danger. Anyway, I play a goat man, currently called Sunshine. That's probably gonna change back to Seeker, probably in this FPS.
And I am Oatmeal, and I'll be playing, as usual, the Professor.
Hi, I am KT, and I'm going to be playing a fucking cat. Their name is Benjamin. I do finger guns. They deliver letters. I go hide under the table now and lay down.
And just to round off the character cast list, I will be playing Sammy Satomi. And we will be featuring some interesting characters.
Gosh.
All right. Well, I gesture to my co-DM. Author, would you like to take us away and paint us a word picture?
Oh God. Sure. Sure.
Should I just sit here and go meow? I
If
am a
you like.
cat. Boom,
Yes, you
nailing it.
Actually, could you tell me a little bit more about, like, when a parcel cat is delivering a package, what's their approach to the recipient? Do they just sort of pop into existence, or do they
It
is there a
depends on the
cat bus?
situation.
Okay.
Cat bus, a fucking cat. Well, now I have to write down notes, don't I? Anyway, I do have a Benjamin reference, so I will put that in the roll zone as I talk. So it depends on the situation. So sometimes they'll like trot up or whatever. That's usually when they are messing with somebody. They'll let themselves be seen. That they can also just not be seen and deliver mail into a hammer space or whatnot. Considering that this is one of a seeker slash sunshine's so many S's, man. Friends. They might approach differently, especially if Sunshine or somebody like talk to them about it. I don't know. Do you have thoughts? I shrug.
Well, I look at what would Sunshine have told Benjamin before they set out?
Oh fuck, I'm being prompted.
Uh-huh.
Probably told Benjamin just some things he'd remember. Pete's really nice. Cares a lot about animals. Wouldn't Benjamin wouldn't get hurt. That doesn't seem like in Pete's character. Those sort of things.
Wonderful. I'm going to say that they're going to approach in a more direct manner because they're also. I'm not. I look at the fact that this is a cat that chose to be seekers, whether they realize it or not. They're curious. They want to know. You know what they say about cats and curiosity. Finger guns. So they know where Pete is, and I think they're just going to manifest some, like, I guess they would know a little bit about the situation before they go in. So can I know a little bit about what Pete is doing before I throw a cat at them?
Probably coming home from doing some outside chores. The area is very, very, very marshy. It is humid as fuck. There's mosquitoes. It's horrible. It's also you're like the actual journey there is a little bit difficult. I'm gonna say that because you have divinity on your side, you don't get sucked into the many, many, many different things that the bog can do to you. But you can feel a couple of your lives being sort of like tugged at times.
And why is this?
It's it's sort of like
It's a
you
temporal
know,
anomaly?
it's a temporal anomaly that you are navigating the same way that a very lucky cartoon character navigates a hallway full of traps.
I look at the Parcel God, who is I facepalm. Official title is Big Boss Kibby, and I stand by this. They are a toon god technically, so this makes sense.
Mm-hmm. And you're fine, you're chill. You will be able to find your way out of this place just fine. Um, but you can definitely like sense that that protection is being tested.
Mm. By
But
by a cat or by something else?
something else.
Wonderful. Cool. Benjamin's making notes. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
and
But
mhm,
oh,
you
sorry,
go.
you go.
No, you're painting a picture. You go.
Mm. But you get to probably the relative center of this bog, and there's almost like a little island that's rising out of the marsh, and on the island is a little shack with a very nice garden, closing line. Not anything particularly you know expensive or complicated, but
Cottage core. Got
just
it.
cottage core.
My finger against you. I'm so sorry.
Mm.
Um, you can keep painting the scene, but I do have an idea if you'd like.
Hmm.
Mm.
You will your homing senses, however you do your good post service work, tell you that the person that you seek is probably inside.
Wonderful. They're going to you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that Pete was probably coming in uh
Mm-hmm.
through the door, and I imagine like some sort of side table next to a chair, and there's just a cat there holding a letter in its mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. And it's a very little cat. Mm.
Yeah, it's actually the interior of this place also bears a little bit of description. Is a small one room shack that the walls are like from door to bed to work table to all the way back around again is like papered in books. This entire thing is as many bookshelves as you can possibly cram into the space, with sort of a little bit of space begrudgingly set aside for a bed, work table, etc. um, and over these bookshelves are cascading dozens upon dozens of different plants, ivies mostly, heavy things that sort of blanket this. It would be really easy for you to hide in here. You immediately want to chew everything.
They're a good cat. They know not to chew the letters. They're not going to chew the plant. They're not going to chew the plant. They're not going to chew the plant. This is fine. They're going to sit here and
Uh,
they're going to purr. They know for a fact somebody would really like this place. Of course, Sunshine and Seeker know this person. There's books and plants.
mhm.
But
uh,
they look at Pete and they just look very proud and they hold the letter in their little mouth and they just wait.
mm, um, the woman who is staring at you is much older than Sunshine. Got long black hair that is heavily streaked with gray, in places turning to white. Sort of her resting expression is pretty. She looks nasty. She looks pretty nasty.
Oh, it's just straight up a
Um,
bog witch.
yeah. She's got this long floor-length skirt that's made of dead, wet-looking foliage. And it's actually interesting because this is the person who sort of looks around the room imperiously before seeing you. But as she steps into the room, she pauses and sneezes, and there's a shoop. Then you're looking at someone different. You're looking at a little girl with very large, serious eyes and a much fluffier dress made of like these orange and yellow autumnal leaves. And she stands up because she's been knocked on her butt and looks at herself and sighs like this is normal. Her expression is still, pretty bitter. And it's as she's sort of readjusting to this that she sees you and blinks.
There is a cat, and it is waiting. Benjamin is a professional.
Mm. She sort of walks a little bit to the side, still staring.
You can roll religion.
I think she's actually going to roll.
I guess history would work too, but yeah.
Well, it's less of that and more. No, I suppose I can roll history. Why am I at the very bottom of this character sheet? Oh my good gravy. Okay. Sorry.
You're fine. What kind of gravy?
Definitely arrowroot.
Ugh.
19.
Oh yeah, you know what this is. This is a parcel cat.
Mm.
Oh shit, that means that this person, somebody who knows you, sent you a letter with a fucking god.
The little girl's frown deepens. She steps over very cautiously, very cat-like herself. And she sort of like leans, she crouches and leans on her knees and goes, "Blink if you're real."
They blink. And you know about partial cats.
Partial cats.
Partial cats. Mm-hmm. Parcel.
Also, it's cat tours.
Oh my god. Fucking. Yep. I'm
sorry, go on.
Me.
I'm so sorry.
No, you're good. One moment. About parcel cat. Male cats. Wonderful. Cats with letters.
Post cat.
Post cat. Yeah. They're usually a pretty neutral party, so they wouldn't hurt you. That's contradictory to their entire existence.
Mm-hmm.
But they do blink, and they're still purring very loudly, holding this letter out to you, which has your name on it. And would you recognize this person's handwriting?
That would probably be a second history check.
Yeah,
26.
you fucking do.
Yes. Her suspicious squint widens a tad. She reaches out and sort of prods you on the forehead.
Benjamin kind of just looks at you like, take the letter. They don't say that. They just wait patiently, like, yes, I am a cat. Please take the mail.
Excuse me. It's been a little bit of a week. And she takes the letter and she actually pauses and puts it on the desk and goes out to her her root cellar and comes back with a jug of milk and a dish and puts it out.
Me having to roll for Benjamin. How much of a professional are you, buddy? Come on. Also, me like, you're technically not supposed to give cats milk. I'm just like, put that out. It's a cat.
It's a
literally
cartoon.
Cartoons.
I know it's a cartoon. Also, they are immune to being poisoned, so it doesn't matter. I use M stats for partial. Wow, for post cats. Damn, I can't speak today. This is gonna be interesting. Wow, speech impediment. Um, fuck. As a 6, no, they go for it.
Mm.
Very excitedly. I kind of sniff around it and then start lapping it up.
Mm. She watches with a twitch of a satisfied smile. Gets up and as she between one step and another, she is no longer a little girl. Now she looks, about 40. And she bonks her head unpleasantly on one of the bookshelves and just sighs.
Benjamin is still, lapping up their milk, but they kind of look up at you and then stop and tilt their head.
Mm.
Like questioningly.
There's not a lot of people who... Oh, excuse me.
No, you're good. You go.
Well, I admit to a little bit of curiosity. There's not a lot of people who bother coming this far into the bog.
They just wait.
Mm.
They go back to drinking their milk.
Fair enough.
That was kind of rhetorical. They don't know how to respond. They're a cat. They're an intelligent cat, but they're also just like, what do you want me to do about it? Yeah, you made a statement. Thanks for the milk, I guess. Goes back to drinking.
You know what? She's been a good host. She's interesting. She never turns her back on you, despite the fact that, she seems completely, she seems to believe that you're, a parcel cat. So she sort of sits sideways in her chair, still regarding you.
You looked away for just a split second and the milk is gone. Tunishly fast. Despite this looking kind of like a real kind cat. They have toon attributes, and that's normal, because, the parcel god is a toon god. And they kind of come up close to you and rub against your legs, and, oh. Should we wait for Oatmeal? Oh, nope, okay. Rub against your legs, and kind of regard you for a second, and if Peat doesn't do anything, they're gonna go back to Sunshine. Yeah.
Yeah,
Their job is
they'll
done.
scratch his head.
Oh, they melt. They melt. They love this. They lick your hand.
Not that.
They do the cat greeting where they rub against your hand.
She actually, I think that she takes the letter and sits on the floor with it to open while she's petting you, one-handed.
Oh gosh, he chilled out. I gotta roll another freaking whiz save or something. 1 second. How dare you? I'm so sorry, buddy. That's a 12. They're gonna. It's probably fine if they stay for just a little bit longer, right? I melt.
She's got the long nails that are good scritches.
This cat is a puddle. You need a Tupperware.
Yeah, and I think it's probably while she's doing that she finally tackles getting the letter open and reading it. What exactly does the letter say?
I was not prepared with a full said letter. However, I did find my notes on what what he sent. Because I wrote that down. Because I am smart sometimes. I know the letter starts out with Yeah, that's the last minutes. The letter starts out with greeting you, Peat Moss. I believe one of the things that are also labeled in the title section of where you'd put like the recipient's name, it says like Peat Moss, Cauldron is also on there.
Mm.
You know, and it's a simple greeting. Like, hey, I haven't talked to you in a while, and I got this fancy new cat who can send letters anywhere, and that means I can send letters to you. Uh, kind of dorkish writing. Because he's a dork.
Mm.
The letter does mention that he's writing this while he's lost some of his memories. And he can also now send letters to her anytime because he has this cool new cat. He loves this cat. This cat is great.
It's almost like this cat catches that and purrs so much louder. They are very proud. Attention.
You know, as typical letter things like what you've been up to. It's been like what? How many years? He doesn't know. It's been a while. Also, he's found what seems to be their notebook, Pete's notebook, in a library in Toontown. He has it on him now. It's his. He stole it. Though he does ask why the notebook was in Toontown Library instead of being in her house, because it certainly was a part of the library collection. It didn't have a stamp on it, which is why he took it in the first place without checking it out. And also, he's met one of the entries in there that is labeled as a threat. A kind man called the professor. It didn't seem so bad.
Mm.
Had many opportunities to get stabbed during the night, and Sunshine was not stabbed. There's I just read the bottom of this note page, and I'm just like, what the fuck does Barnes and Noble say? Oh wait, I wrote other notes on this page. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. And the letter ends off. The letter ends off with saying that they should meet up sometime. Currently, he's staying in a small town in Ghibli called I got this.
Hitoyama.
Hitoyama. Hitoyama. Okay. Saying that they should meet up sometime. Currently, he's staying in Hitoyama. He's planning on staying there for a little while longer. Because it's a very nice town, very small, very peaceful. Also, they fought like a giant thing. You can tell her more in person probably. And the letter is signed off. As Sunshine, Seeker, Kid.
Mm. Would Benjamin be paying attention to her face as she is reading this letter?
Yes and no.
Mm.
So basically,
Could roll
it's
for
a cat. They probably sense vibes and look every once in a while.
Mm. Yeah, it's interesting because as she reads this letter, everything about her softens. Like the angles of her design are a little bit softer. The lines in her face are a little bit less severe. Actually, it's interesting because her dress, has been, just dead leaves, but can see like on a couple of the vines, a few more like greener buds, as if they're not quite ready to like bloom, but given enough time and energy, they could.
Are they attuned?
They are attuned.
Okay, I missed that.
Sorry, I may have not have said it.
No, you're good. We know now. I wiggle.
And she finishes the letter and sighs, and she goes, "That fucking notebook. Well, I'm not getting it back, but can you take a return letter?"
Benjamin nods and kind of jumps off your lap and stands in front of you and waits. And they kind of tilt your head. And do you want to roll insight?
Sure. Let me check her insight. "26.
Wonderful. You know that this cat is basically asking you if you need materials for writing a letter.
Thank you, but paper and ink are one thing that I never seem to run out of." And she crosses over to the work table and pulls out a sheaf of papers from a pigeonhole in it, and does a magician's flourish and gets a pen out of her hammer space. I'm not going to roll because it doesn't matter right now. And she's about to set pen to paper when there's a shift in the room. And for a second, it's difficult to place exactly what happened, because it's not as if there was an addition. It's more as if everything just stopped. Not just, the sounds outside, but her. She's
they're
perfectly
frozen?
still.
Ah.
Yes, down to hair that could be blowing in the wind.
Benjamin kind of hops down and gets really close and kind of paws at them and meows.
No response. But you do hear a footstep behind you.
They turn and kind of arch their back.
Stepping out of a corner that you are positive he shouldn't have been able to fit in is another tall toon who looks a lot like Peat. He's got the same, curly dark hair, a lot of the same facial structure, the same animation, really. And he's got this, open, friendly, kind of dorky face.
I want you to be able to finish your description, but Benjamin is going to immediately bolt. So you can finish, but he's getting the fuck out of there.
Mm-hmm. And the man just sort of regards him, doesn't stop him. You are free to go. You are free to go get Kid or Seeker or Sunshine or whoever.
Yeah, no, they dash away, immediately turn invisible, and just vanish. And almost instantaneously, pop back up in front of Sunshine.
A word, maybe a little bit of an epilogue for this opening scene, is the man with the friendly, open face walks around behind Peat and casually looks over her shoulder. So that's where it went. I was wondering where that notebook went. Well, that makes my job easier. And he turns to leave, but before he does, he leans over the back of her chair and whispers as he casts a spell. And what he whispers is, "It's a fake." And then he turns and leaves, and time resumes. And Pete Moss puts down the pen with a click.
Really quick, would they see the empty saucer of milk?
He would. He steps over it.
Would she?
Oh, would Pete?
Yeah.
She does, and she looks at it. She steps over it as well, and she goes outside and stands alone in the marsh, and she raises her hands. And after a moment, the air is full of black feathers, swirling and twisting around her in almost a cyclone. And she flinches at first, but she holds her ground until one lands on her outstretched arm. And she goes, "Hello, old friend. I need a favor. Someone has disrespected someone precious to me. I would like you to teach them the consequences of forgery. You may find them in Hiroyama." And the crow cocks its head at her and watches her and seems to understand. And all of the crows as one burst into the sky and are gone in an instant. And Peat stands alone and watches them. Alone. Probably. Meanwhile, in Hiroyama, what's everyone doing?
Oh god.
I'm still fucking Author!
Me with no context. This is fine.
No!
Welcome to the
Fair.
consequences of your actions.
No!
Look, the only one that I'm prepared to have consequences for is Flo.
God damn it.
Mm.
I
Let
know
me
what.
give her good things, damn it!
Yeah, I know what Benjamin would be doing, but do people want to start off with other things first?
Oh boy. Mira, what time of day is it?
I would say probably daytime.
Daytime? Alright. I'm going to say sunshine's probably not, sunshine's probably not, like, getting ready for the day then. Also probably not in the hot springs directly. But, do we want this set in the inn?
I mean, you can.
I fold my hand slightly. Okay. I think... What would Sunshine be doing? Sunshine is reading a book underneath the tree. You know, just a book.
Nice. Professor, what would you be doing?
That's a good question. Possibly... I'm not sure. Let me, see, let me see. Let me roll a d2. Okay. He's, I legitimately don't know. I can't. My brain empty.
I gently pat. Would the professor be soaking in the hot springs again? Would they even be? Would he even be maybe talking to Yukito Toby Mario or
Silent
tinkering
Book
in the
Club?
Olympus?
Silent Book Club?
I hold up Sasha for any reason that comes up, but I put her away.
You know, maybe he would be in the hot spring after all.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Sammy's honestly probably in the kitchen, so the group is a little bit, I admit, separated out for just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But I am going to say that Sammy kind of comes out and is bringing along some drinks and also a few snacks, and he stops first. Well, actually, he stops by Seeker at first, and oh dear, I need to roll a d2 really quick.
Hey, Sammy. Sunshine's gotten a complete makeover. Seemingly overnight.
I was about to say, seemingly overnight.
Seemingly overnight, a complete makeover.
I also love the fact that Sasha knew and told no one.
I guess Sammy's gonna just kind of pause for a moment, and then he's just gonna kind of shake his head and go, not redesign, that's 100. Nice outfit, Seeker. That's how you compliment people, right? And like that's kind of like underneath his breath.
Oh, thank you. I had a bit of a makeover. And he kind of takes his book, tucks it like under an arm, and does like a spin. To fucking show off.
Sammy smiles and just goes, sorry, brain, just, wow. It's my turn for the words no-go.
I pat you. We're still reeling over author's good epilogue.
You mean, prologue?
Prologue, epilogue. The bit in between. Yes.
I apologize if that was a bit much.
Oh no, it was fantastic.
I'm fucking
I got to be
sobbing.
a cat.
Sammy's smiling at you, Sunshine, and he is holding a tray of some iced lemonade that's got a bit of red at the bottom, and then I get gradients. There's a gradient that goes from like a nice kind of almost red to like pink, and then yellow.
Huh. It's a neat looking drink you got here.
Yeah, it's a new recipe that I'm trying out. Do you want to try it?
Oh, of course. He picks up one of these drinks. And sort of looks at it a little bit curiously. Because I know what this is. Not exactly, but I can take a guess.
Does Sunshine take a sip?
Sunshine does take a sip.
All right, roll con for me, bud.
Go.
Oh no.
16.
Okay, it tastes awful. Ugh, like you barely take a sip and you're immediately like spitting it back out, like reflex. It's like so bitter, so bitter.
What the? It's a very interesting recipe.
Do you like it?
Yeah, it's not like a cup of lemonade.
Oh, maybe I should try tea. Maybe that'll be better.
Perhaps. Probably don't use the same recipe.
But Seeker, no, sorry, Sunshine, you do feel oddly tingly.
Ugh. I think I'm going to go get some water.
Sorry for that. I didn't realize it would be so strong.
Yeah. Very strong. And he gives his best smile while still reeling over the flavor, and like puts the drink back on the tray. Pardon me. And he's going to go walk over to the kitchen to like go get like some water. Cause damn.
Mm-hmm. Seeker, as you're turning away, do you want to roll perception for me, bud?
Mm-hmm. That is the wrong chat. Wait, no, that is the right chat. That's a 12.
You just barely hear something kind of splash onto the ground, but like by the time you look back over, Sammy's just holding the tray.
There's a small a small blink behind sunglasses, and just he gives another like friendly like smile and goes to get some water. Ugh. Gross.
And I would say about now is when Benjamin would pop in.
Oh gosh, Sunshine, you see your parcel kitty. But their hair is raised up on their back, and they look startled as fuck and scared. And they're
Oh
shaking a
dear.
little bit as they look up at you.
Benjamin, sweetheart, what's wrong? And he kind of like bends down to like take Benjamin up into his arms.
They jump into your arms and they say, Seeker,
What?
Sunshine, I don't. Something's wrong with your friend.
Something's wrong with Pete? Was she
There's
mean to
somebody
you?
else there. No, she
Oh.
was nice. Someone else was there.
Someone else was there.
She didn't seem right. She kept changing ages.
Sunshine kind of pets the top of the head.
They hide their face in your arms.
I can get water later. Sammy, care to join me for something? I need to go have a talk with Professor.
Yeah, sure. I think the professor is in the hot springs.
Of course. And Sunshine in his new outfit, his very nice new outfit kind of goes and sweeps towards the hot springs. Hi, Professor. What's he doing?
He's chilling. He might be half asleep.
God, I think there's a
Just kind of like dozing with his arms over the edge of the pool, you know?
There is such temptation in Sunshine to go scare him.
I will say that Benjamin is still shaking in your arms.
Also, speaking of Benjamin, do you want to roll me a smell-based perception?
Oh, wonderful. Let me look. I don't know. What would that be, Constitution or
Well, no, it's perception, but since it's smell-based,
Perception?
you have advantage.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you. You know my stats are a little weird for parcel cats. I will get that.
Mhm.
Wow. I named them and I can't get the name right. Oh gosh. Okay. Boo. Okay. I think that's just +1. There's the first one. Yep. Oh boy. Come on, buddy. No, they're too scared.
Yeah, all you smell is just a slightly strange, sweet smell that doesn't smell all entirely natural.
Oh, that is enough to make their senses go on alarm. And they prick their head up and they go, Sunshine? Are you okay?
Yes, dear, I'm fine.
Something's not right.
A lot of things aren't right now, apparently.
No, something smells wrong.
Smells wrong.
Go talk to the professor quickly.
Alright, we'll go talk to Professor quickly. And there's a slight uptick in step, and Sammy, you might have to, like, do one of those, like, really awkwardly, like, fast walks. Do you know those? You have to do one of those to keep up with him.
Yeah, he's like dashing to follow.
There's like call as soon as Professor is in his line of sight of Professor, we have problems.
Has the professor met Benjamin? I don't think so.
No.
Oh gosh. There's a random cat in this very decked out new satyr outfit. It's just shit. I forgot that they did. Wow, I'm mute.
Yeah, the professor like yawns and stretches, and since he's at the edge of the pool, he kind of like stretches his hands out and like almost like a cat, and turns and scrubs a hand over his face. What is it?
Well, a lot of things apparently. I may or may not have sent a letter to Peat Moss that apparently didn't turn out very well.
Okay, all right. You said okay.
Do you want to go get dressed first before we have serious conversations?
Yes, and he is gonna get out and get dressed in his normal clothes.
Yeah.
All right, he's back. So you sent a letter to Peat Moss?
Yes. This is Benjamin.
Benjamin.
He holds up Benjamin very, very carefully.
This is I look at this tiny little kitty. You know how small a 9-month-old cat is?
Yes.
How they're not. Yeah, that's about the size they are.
Mm-hmm. He nods.
Yeah.
And
this cat right here. And does like a little playful shake of Benjamin. Is known as a Parcel Cat, and this is my Parcel Cat. This is my cat now.
All right. Okay.
They nuzzle into Sunshine's arms.
And they can send letters to anybody I know, and I know Peat Moss. So, he was a dear and sent a letter for me.
All right. All right.
Apparently, it didn't turn out very well. She physically was fine. However, there was.
You actually hear a voice pipe up saying, "No."
Huh?
No.
It's okay.
And Professor, you see this little kitty look up at this goat man, and they're shaking again.
Well, fine is maybe the wrong word for it.
And I will say that the professor cannot hear Benjamin's voice.
Got it. I was just gonna ask, yeah.
There is something wrong with her. Apparently she was changing ages.
Oh. Yeah, no.
She was frozen.
Frozen? Wait, nope. She didn't, no, you didn't say that.
And
yeah, no.
Time got frozen at some point.
That's.
And there was a weird man there.
Sorry, say that again.
Time was frozen for a bit.
Yes.
And there was a strange person.
A man.
Benjamin, do you have any descriptors on what he looked like?
They nod and they look towards the professor, and they kind of wiggle out of Sunshine's arms and walk over to the professor and jump up onto your shoulders, and they kind of put a paw on your cheek, and you hear a little voice go, "They looked like Peat, but they weren't Peat."
Can Sunshine hear that?
I'll say, because it's your Parcel Cat, yes.
Is this a history roll, author?
Yes, with advantage.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
The professor has not seen this person, correct?
The man, no.
Okay, because he was thinking of the person who shot at them in their last meeting.
I mean, that person didn't really look like Peat.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. All right. So that kind of strikes down that theory. All right.
Yeah, with a 27. Yeah, Sunshine, I mean, all of Pete's family had, a pretty strong sort of resemblance to each other, just the way that they, were animated.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably not her dad. Her dad was a, not not as dark. Had, bright bright features. Her mom looked a lot like her, and her uncle was twins with her mom. So it could be her uncle.
I think you see, everyone sees, like, his face kind of scrunch up, like he's just tasted something bad. It's just, Benjamin, did he have a weirdly open and friendly smile?
Benjamin, you actually see on Professor, you feel this little cat shiver, and they nod.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
What? Who is it? It's not who I was thinking of. So who is it?
It's a creepy uncle.
But, how old is this? Nope, never mind. Nope, never mind. It doesn't matter. I was going to say, how old is this uncle? Because... I was going to say, how old is this uncle? Because she would have to be at least 70 or something. So how old could he be?
70?
What?
What do you mean, 70?
I met her 50 years ago. And she
I was
was...
a year younger than her!
Yes, well, time stuff happened.
How did...
You feel a cat paw kind of tap you in the face, Professor, and stay there, and they just go, her age kept changing.
Yes, Yes, that's... Did she go back to the... And he just, like, you see him, like, grimace as if he's, like, he is very obviously, like, refraining from swearing, and he's just, like, very agitated, like, tapping his hand against his, pocket. Did she go back to the bog?
They were in a bog, yes.
Oh, God. Okay. Well, no
It was
wonder.
on a little island.
Okay. Alright, he pats the kitty, like, I'm sorry. I'm, like, I'm agitated right now, but not at you.
Yeah, they lick your cheek and jump back into Sunshine's arms.
Sunshine catches him, but, he pets very gently, but he still looks very disgruntled.
Mm-hmm.
They nuzzle into your arms and purr very loudly. It's comforting.
Seeker, this place where Peat Moss lived.
Yes.
After you left, something happened to it. It's some sort of massive temporal anomaly now.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes, she talked to me about people aging rapidly and getting their ages reversed and reliving moments over and over and getting stuck in time loops. And he just like waves his arms, like all the sort of horrors that messing with time can bring, all congealed in this one place. And he like points into his palm. And she was so afraid of that place when I met her 50 years ago when she was maybe 20 or 30, I don't know. She was so afraid of that place that she was afraid of me for having a time machine. And now she's back there. I can't imagine that she would go back willingly. That place is dangerous.
Why are people who are so smart such idiots? He like takes one of his hands to like into the ridge of his nose underneath his sunglasses.
Also, did you get a makeover?
Yes, I got a makeover. Thank you for noticing. He does a gesture. Professor, he has an entirely new haircut.
Uh-huh.
He has a tattoo spiraled on one of his arms. Like it's a full sleeve. All the way down to like his fingertips. It's very important to note that it has like a skeletal structure to it.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the fingers are completely blank except for the bones. However, the middle finger is like completely entwined in these red small flowers. But he just jeez.
Did you go into town to get that done?
No.
Alright.
I don't actually know where we went.
Huh?
I got visited by, applied for bottom Flo, a god.
Okay.
Very interesting to hang out with.
The professor can probably roll religion if they want to.
Well, the problem is... Well... Yeah, let me see. Let me see anyway. He's been in Inkwell long enough, there's a possibility. What is your... stat? That's an 11.
Sounds vaguely familiar, but you're not really sure.
Yeah. He just rolls his eyes. Like, okay, great.
But yeah, gave me a makeover. Very fun.
Alright.
What the hell are we gonna do about this? Is the real question.
I mean, we could try going there.
See, Sunshine kind of like has a look on his face. Just like no, go ahead.
Benjamin's head kind of pops up and looks at the professor like, what the fuck?
I sort of actually can't leave yet.
What?
I didn't tell you guys this because I wanted it to be a surprise, but there's actually somebody coming to, like, meet me here?
Alright. Then we, I guess I will check out the bog another time.
I don't know when they're getting here, but please do not be alarmed if someone who's around 12 feet tall comes bursting into the building. It's fine.
Alright.
Sammy actually like pipes up at this and goes, "Oh, do you mean Corey?"
Yes, I mean Corey.
Corey. This was the trusted person...
Instant grin and yellow shading.
Oh,
Actually, at seeing Sammy, Benjamin, their ears perk up and they seem to remember something. And again, they jump out of Sunshine's arms and go over to the professor and kind of tap their boot and say, something smells weird and I don't know what it is.
it smells weird.
They just nod.
Benjamin, you need to stop worrying so much. It was probably just, I don't know, something.
They look at you, deadpan.
What?
They trot back over to you, put a paw on your hoof, and they just go, this entire fucking situation, man.
Yes, everything happens all at once, because of course it does.
If a cat could do a gesture as if to say, exactly.
Alright.
The professor does a big shrug, and he says, "Alright, well, if we can't go to the bog, then let's deal with the smell."
Okay. I don't smell anything. He picks up Benjamin, like, to put on top of his head.
Benjamin is very happy. There is still floof up there.
There is still Floop up there.
Benjamin, do you know where it's coming from?
They pat Seeker's head.
It's coming from Seeker?
They nod.
I mean, Seeker, you didn't put on, like, perfume or something?
You mean sunshine?
Oh, sunshine. Yes, I do
Love
mean
it.
sunshine.
I wiggle. Do you know? I thought I put on perfume, but it shouldn't smell weird. What flavor is this anyway? He kind of like roots around in his bag for a moment, and I'm going to actually roll something, because I think it would be funny, because this is technically one of the enchanted things that I got in the Bad Decisions FPS.
Oh, yes! This!
That is a guy. Instead of pulling out like maybe a bottle of perfume, he pulls out like a flask of water and goes, "Oh right, I needed to drink this."
Alright.
And like he kind of, hold on. Actually, give me 1 second. Some people got home.
Mm-hmm.
I wiggle. Yeah,
How's everyone doing?
doing great.
Good.
I get to see the consequences of my actions.
Me chin-handsing at all of you.
Oh, man.
Benjamin is now a paranoid cat.
Apologies.
No.
I'm here.
Ew.
What was I doing? Oh right. I think he like pops off like the top of the thing and is just like about to hold it and like take a drink. He goes, "Oh right. That weird smell's probably whatever Sammy made. Sammy."
Sammy
just
made
turns.
something?
Yeah, I've made a drink.
Sammy?
Non-alcoholic. It was lemonade.
You all noticed that he is holding a tray still, and there are two glasses left. But the third one is empty.
Yeah,
And he
hey,
just looks like he's deer in the headlights look.
yeah, quick question. Would Benjamin recognize the scent coming from those fucking glasses?
Roll me another smell-based perception.
That's a my boy, please. No! Shit!
You do have advantage.
Oh, great, yay! I forgot I have advantage. I do the wiggles. Please, please, my boy. Well, that's not a
You definitely smell the same sickly sweet scent from one of the cups. It's not the other two, but the third. That's empty.
4. They kind of, their fur raises back up on their spine and they kind of hiss.
Sammy winces.
Well, it looks like it's coming from, that.
I mean, it did.
Sunshine, you hear,
No offense, Sammy. It did taste pretty bad.
Wait,
Yeah,
but you...
I think I probably messed up the ratio of sugar to lemon? Maybe?
But if it tasted bad, why did you drink all of it? Look, it's empty.
I didn't
just-
drink all of it.
You didn't?
No.
Yeah, you hear Benjamin's voice go, "It's the one that's empty that has the smell."
Huh.
Well, where did the rest of it go, Sammy?
just kind
so
of
sorry, Sammy.
shuffles. He just kind of shuffles and doesn't say anything. And then he just goes, "It was bad, so I threw it out."
Well, question. Why does only one of them smell like that?
He just looks away.
Sammy?
Mm.
What?
He's quiet.
Sammy, you're acting very strange.
You hear low growls from Benjamin because they don't like this.
I'm going to cast Identify on you again. And he is indeed going to cast Identify on Sammy. Boom.
Okay, just for the sake of the recording and just to refresh my memory,
Yes.
if you could read it aloud, please.
Yep. Since he is a creature, it is the much shorter description. It's mostly used for objects. So, for a creature, throughout the casting, you learn what spells, if any, are currently affecting it. That's it.
How do I describe this?
Man.
You cast Identify, and it's really hard to notice, Professor, but because I am taking the DM reins just a tiny bit here, you see a very... you touch Sammy, and you see thick strands of silence around his throat. He can't answer you.
What's going on? I thought we got rid of the geas.
Did the gear not go away?
I'm not detecting geas, but there's... He has, like, his hands on Sammy's shoulders, and he does a motion with his index finger across Sammy's throat. There's silence here.
Oh, wonderful.
I don't know why.
And Sammy opens his mouth and just says quietly, "You did break it." And then his mouth clicks closed.
Well, that's something.
Why is everything a mess?
The professor is going to take the cup, the empty cup. And, he's, I think, I think he's gonna do investigation on the cup.
Okay.
Let me roll. Investigation. Alright, that is an 18.
Okay. You cast Identify again on this, and
I was gonna say investigation.
Oh, investigation?
Yeah.
You can now smell a very sickly, sweet, artificial scent.
Mm-hmm.
And it, like, describe to me with the 18 how you exactly investigate.
Um, he's gonna smell it. He's gonna look at the remnants of the liquid in the glass very closely. He's gonna look at the edge of the glass, make sure, like, the classic where you put poison in a glass.
Mm-hmm.
If there's anything there, if there's anything at the bottom, he's gonna like run his fingers along the inside of it.
Okay. Well, roll me con.
Super. Con save?
Yes.
Swell. Oh, Professor, please do good. Yay! Aha. 22.
Okay. You do not pass out. uh, you just, as you kind of breathe in, how you breathe in the remnants of this lemonade, you do the smart thing, which is you hold you hold the glass in front of you and then kind of waft
Yeah,
the
wafting.
smell.
That's the safe way to do it, yes.
Yeah, because if the professor had failed his con, he would have done the dumb thing and stuck his entire nose in it.
Uh-huh.
So you don't pass out, but your nose does kind of tingle, and you kind of start to feel kind of like you've got like a slight like numbness to your face, like as if if you quickly realize if you had actually taken the entire taken the full brunt of the smell, you might be struggling to stay awake.
Uh-huh. Okay, that's... Wow. That's something else.
What is it?
I'm not sure. It might be some sort of, I don't know, some sort of sleeping drought? It feels like this, if I wasn't careful, this could have knocked me flat. You drank it?
Hey, Professor. Hey, Sammy.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Benjamin. Sunshine is shaking. I didn't expect any. I didn't actually drink any of it. Taste is too foul for that.
But you put it in your mouth.
Yes.
Yeah, that's enough.
You have a paw pressed against you, and it says, "Sit down."
Yes, I can sit down. And he sort of sits down. He is still shaking.
Please describe your symptoms.
Have very foul aftertaste in my mouth.
Sunshine would also be feeling very tingly, slightly drowsy by this point, but like not enough that he's actually going to pass out. Maybe slightly brain foggy.
A bit off kilter. Tingly. Tired.
I don't want to break the game, but I do know something Benjamin would do. So I will suggest the fact that they would put a paw on Sunshine and be like, "Can you quickly write to Coriolis?"
I can do mind shenanigans.
They nod.
Give me a second. I need to, thinking's hard. And God, I do a wiggle.
I whisper, if y'all need a cleric, you got one in your party, and I look away.
I have lesser restoration. However,
I have greater restoration.
Okay, good. Awesome. Perfect.
wait, when's greater Wait, you have greater restoration?
Yeah, he's level 9.
Oh shit!
Yeah. He leveled up.
Nice. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
All right.
Damn. Would that spell help? Can the professor, I don't know, roll medicine to see that if that would help? Because I am not sure. Let me put the description in the roll zone. Because I don't want to waste it. If this isn't a thing that it could affect.
I mean,
I don't think technically that greater restoration can do that.
Do that to this.
Because I don't know what the exact condition is, but like I don't.
you would be considered poisoned.
Oh, great! I can cure that. However, too frazzled to think of it right now. I will wait a bit. Yes. What the fuck do I even send them?
Literally anything. Listen, if you don't warn them, and you're here and you're incapacitated when they get here... they might think we did it.
Oh, fantastic. Wonderful. And Sunshine's going to sort of like lift up his sunglasses, kind of like rub his eyes for a moment. Cause, sleepy.
Mm-hmm.
And, hey, Coriolis.
Hi.
There's a small, like, hanging thought at the back of your head. Just like, hey, what's your ETA? I think that's the word for it.
Sunshine?
Yes?
We're, maybe half an hour out. It's
half an hour.
Probably a little bit less. Actually, might be a lot less. We're a little bit lost.
What do you mean you're lost? I think he says that out loud as well, because he has no filter right now.
Tell them.
I mean, we don't know which road to take.
What do you mean you don't know? Are you outside the city or inside the city?
We are near the city.
You are near the city and you don't know which road to take. Oh.
What?
Tell them you've been poisoned, for heaven's sakes.
Oh, right. I may be a little bit out of... I've apparently been poisoned.
Not again.
What do you mean, not again?
You get a stray thought of, like, them telling he's been poisoned. What do you mean he's been poisoned?
Poisoned. Yeah. I'm going to roll a flat intelligence, just to see if it'll cross his mind now. 15. Would he be smart enough to connect that he can cure this poisoning?
The professor might just ask, like, Seeker, do you have anything for poison? Because I don't.
I do have something for poison. Hold on.
Is Coriolis still getting this?
Yeah, Coriolis is still getting this.
You hear cursing in Sylvan, Gnomish, Dwarvish, Giantish. The list goes on.
Yeah. And Sunshine sort of hums a small tune and like sort of rubs at his face a little bit and casts Lesser Restoration. Lesser Restoration. It's a neat spell that can you touch a creature and you can end either one disease or one condition affecting it. The condition can be blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. I am going to end the poisoning.
Yep, and Seeker, you kind of just sorry, Sunshine, you pop back into awareness. Your head clears, and you're able to think clearly. You're not tired anymore. It's a miracle.
Huh, that's one hell of a detox. And, just, hi, I'm back.
Oh, good.
Hey, if wants to look at Sammy, roll an insight.
Oh, absolutely.
I will say Benjamin is curled up in your lap now and is not going to leave Sunshine.
Wonderful. Sunshine is just petting the cat.
Very loud grounding purrs.
That's an
A
11
wiggle.
for insight.
Sunshine, you don't really get anything other than Sammy just looks awful. Professor, you get that Sammy looks like he'd been sucker punched in the gut, and his grip on the little tray is very tight, and he's not meeting any of your guys' eyes.
Oh, yeah. You're right, Sammy. Shit like this happens sometimes. I'm just fine.
The professor's gonna try and take the tray from Sammy gently.
He lets it go.
Yeah.
And, Professor, you can see that he's actually now shaking. The tight grip was to keep the tray from moving.
He's gonna put both his hands on Sammy's shoulders and just sort of tilt his head at him a little bit. Are you doing okay?
He just shakes his head and actually breaks out of your hold, Professor. In a very sharp, don't touch me kind of way. But he doesn't say anything.
Sunshine quietly leans down to Benjamin and just goes, Benjamin, dear, could you do me one small favor?
They look up at you and nod.
Can you go retrieve the half-giant?
They nod, and with a flick of their tail, they immediately disappear from your lap.
Wonderful. And Sunshine kind of stands up again, does like a full body shake to like get the bad vibes off. And just, you're right, Sammy, do you need some water? I still have water on me.
There's
And
distinctly green tinge to Sammy's shading as he shakes his head.
sure, you don't look very well.
There's a more firm shake of the head, no. He doesn't want the water.
Let's all find somewhere to sit and await Coriolis, alright?
Yeah.
How about that common room?
I'll do that. Chances are probably comfy.
Sammy nods.
Alright.
Sunshine very casually sort of like falls next to Sammy. So they can go walk together.
Sammy goes rigid.
Come on now. Or would you rather go back to your room and take like a nap or something?
He slowly shakes his head no, and his hands just kind of, like they're kind of by his sides, but they kind of like just tighten into fists, and he just doesn't really look at you.
Hmm. He very subtly glances at the professor. Like,
Well, Seeker,
Sunshine?
Sunshine, sorry, that's me. That's the professor would remember
okay.
the name. He just sort of he gives a half shrug and he says, "Well, Sunshine, he did just try to poison you, which is interesting considering I know that he has trauma about being poisoned, and was probably not something he wanted to do, considering we're all friends. So, I think you can understand if he's a little off right now."
Sunshine, like, kind of deflates a little. Fine. Trying to cut tensions or whatever.
I appreciate it, but, I don't know if, I don't know how much you'll be able to do that in this case.
Alright. You take care of yourself, you hear that now? And he kind of, like, points at Sammy.
Just a very weak smile at Sunshine, but he just, throughout this whole entire interaction, he has not looked you in the eye at all, which is very different from how he actually acts, because he's the type of autistic that will overcorrect and just look at you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like full body, just look. There's none of that right now.
I think, while Sammy's not looking, Seeker, like, holds a hand up to the side of his mouth like he'd be talking to the audience, and casts message towards you, Professor, and there's just, like, agree to stick a rattle on him afterwards.
He gives a subtle nod.
Alright. Well,
And the professor will make sure that everybody finds a nice seat in the seating room. So,
yeah. And I will ask, before we do anything else, would it be alright if we took a break? It's been an hour 30 almost.
I would also love that.
We can do a break, totally.
Nice.
Okay, when should we reconvene?
8:15 maybe? Around, or 15 after the hour? It gives us
In
about
8 minutes.
15 minutes.
Yeah, like, and if anybody needs more time, we can just take a little bit longer of a break. It'll be fine.
Alright, I'm gonna pause my recording.
Alright. I'm gonna go mute and then go cause problems on purpose.
Yes, good. How's everyone doing?
Good.
Nice. I think we're the only ones still here, so I'm going to go get some water.
Okay. We'll be right back.
Dun-dum.
Hello.
Hi. How
Ooh,
are you enjoying yourself so far?
very much. This is intriguing.
I'm crying because there's something about like the specific type of drink that like Sammy made that just I'm fucking crying, man.
Hmm.
I lay down.
Hmm. Oh boy.
Man,
Hmm.
everything happens all of the time. Make sure to drink water. Water's very good for you.
Oh yes, I just got more.
Yeah.
I just chin hands at all of you.
Mm-hmm.
Mira. Why?
Hmm.
I melt into a small puddle.
I have
I
to.
wiggle.
I have to ask Mira.
Mhm.
When the professor saw the bit of silence, on Sammy, was that from, was that from the identify, or were you using his true sight there?
That was true sight.
Okay. All right. Good.
I was using my DM powers to kind of
Yes.
give you a glimpse of the true sight that he would see.
Yes. No, I appreciate that. But yeah. Okay, that's good. I don't have to go out of my way to check if there's like a ghost. Because I already know he used true sight.
Yeah. As far as you know, he's not possessed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Man.
But yeah, I will add that basically the strings of silence around his neck are very tight and constricting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. He's not really, like, said anything of value, so...
Nope.
Yeah. Ooh. Except to confirm that it wasn't that Gius. Oh boy.
I'm just like laying down.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm just I
Didn't
do a
expect
gesture.
you didn't expect me to pull out that knife, huh?
No, I didn't. I didn't expect to pull out this knife.
I mean, I kind of apologize, but at the same time, I sat there and realized, oh, he's in the kitchen. Oh no! And then I had to roll a d2 to see if there. I make a loose hand gesture, you know.
That is completely fine, and I hold you very soft. But personally, I'm just like, why? Why would you do this? He doesn't even remember what this is. But yeah.
Mm.
I just sit here, man.
Mm-hmm.
I just sit here.
I gently pet you all.
I pat you back.
The one person we are waiting for again is KT.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just wanted to state that because they probably just muted their headphones instead of Discord itself.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I'm going back through the peanut gallery. I really hope that wasn't too much.
I sit here. What the hell are you gonna do to my boy?
Nothing.
I don't trust this.
I chin hands.
Would I hurt you?
Yes! Yes, you would! Yes, you would!
I have a strict happy endings policy.
I know
I'm
this.
aware.
Get back here. I hope. Angie.
I give you a hug. You okay, bud?
I sit like, hold on. Angie.
Yeah.
Angie.
It's loading. Oh no! Oh no! Fluffy anger. I want you all to know that I do feel, I genuinely hope that, it wasn't too much, that we're, still having a good experience. But also, I feel really bad about hurting, the kitty.
I can assure you that Katie is living.
Oh, I'm aware.
I am also living, but
There's a click sound?
There is a click sound.
I hear nothing.
It might be you clicking on different tabs.
Is it that loud?
Is it happening right now?
No.
No?
It is occasional, but it is loud enough to...
That one. Yes.
Oh, geez, that's just my mouse.
Oh.
Actually, see if this computer does... Oh, okay, I can do the thing where you just tab it twice.
Okay.
I apologize for that. I didn't realize it was that loud.
That's okay.
Yeah.
It was occasional. That sound? That's a cat.
That's a cat.
And
I thought it was a parakeet.
It was a parakeet.
Just a very shrill cat.
It's funny because he's a very large cat.
I would not have guessed.
Yeah, you're a big old chunkster, aren't you?
I've seen that cat. That cat is adorable.
Oh my gosh.
His name is Leopold, and he's here to ruin our fun.
He is criminal. Doing criminal activity. Like asking for more food when he's already been fed.
Mm-hmm.
He has.
Naughty, naughty.
Baby, come over here. Take your love and affection. Forget about the promise of... Buddy, come on. Go on. That's a good boy. My cat's now here.
Yay.
Cute.
Nice. Hi, criminal.
There. He's being held like a baby.
Aw.
Also, just so you know, I have been listening to A Good Song Never Dies this entire time. Like, on loop.
Mm-hmm.
It's the entire time. I wiggle.
I wiggle back.
Man.
In all seriousness, I hope you guys have been having fun.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes. I have been having a lot of fun.
Yay.
I have had so much fun.
Handshake.
I pat you, Mira. Thank you for inviting me on this collab.
Yee! I am happy you were willing to collab with me.
Are you kidding? Like, I point at this chat. There's so many goddamn friends here. It's like I give you all a big hug.
Yay.
Handshake.
Oh no, I have been hugged. What terrible atrocity.
But wait, Magic, it gets worse.
Oh.
I give you a kiss.
Ah! Treachery! I wiggle.
Just an update on the cat situation. He's being held like a baby, and he is slowly tilting his head backwards so that I can only see his chin.
Aww.
As if to, like, melt out of my arms.
Aw.
Where is your kitty dignity? You're a dog. Ow! I'm fine.
Criminal! How dare.
He likes to put his paw on my face, and one of his claws came dangerously close to my eye.
Ah.
Oof.
A dangerous assault.
An assault on a respectable person of law.
Where?
I wiggle. Is
I
Katie
also wiggle.
alright?
I think so. They might just be in the restroom.
I didn't realize when I chose Greater Restoration that it didn't,
Well, I would say, judging from the language of it,
Well,
I would think it would, but like it would also deal with heavier stuff as well.
Yeah, no, and it makes sense because if you can have both Lesser and Greater Restoration, it makes sense that they can both do different things.
Mm-hmm.
And Professor just has one and not the other.
Seeker has the other.
Yeah.
Complimentary.
Balanced.
Yeah. Stop.
I'm sorry.
That.
I haven't even watched those movies.
I knew someone was gonna say it.
Is this a Marvel reference?
This
Yes.
is a Marvel reference.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It's what Thanos says, like, right
Oh,
while
When he's doing his big old Thanos thing.
Yep.
When he's committing atrocities.
Yeah.
Yep. And distracting a small child with a balanced knife.
Nasty.
Yep. Nasty man.
I think I saw that movie. It was pretty memorable.
Fair.
Like, you know, a movie's bad when you start, like, memeing at it in your head. Like, there's a bunch of scenes, I don't remember which ones, that are just like, gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. Do you ever have those moods where you're like, I could have written the entire Marvel franchise so much better than they did?
Handshake.
Honestly, at this point, I think everyone could.
Just don't get me started on the state of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Do not get me started. I will rant your ear off. Probably won't sound coherent right now, but I would rant.
I gesture at my DMs later because I also have opinions.
It just... They found family baited us, and...
Oh, yeah.
Part
Like-
of the problem is that they had different writers work in an episodic format for a modality that's made for, a building story. Also, one of those writers was Joss Whedon.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, I like pinched the bridge of my nose because I can't remember the people who are currently directing the Marvel stuff right now, that outside of like the small individual big names. That like Taika Waititi ? I might be mangling. I am probably mispronouncing his name.
Taika.
Yeah, Taika. But like they're like the rare few that are actually good.
Ragnarok I actually enjoyed.
Yeah.
Back, sorry.
Ragnarok is amazing.
Oh.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Katie!
Sorry that took so long. I had something I needed to take care of. It went longer than I expected.
It's okay.
We ready
And like a fool, I did not bring my phone.
Ah.
Yep.
I gently pat.
I'm going to restart my recording.
A week.
All right, we all good to
My recording is going.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yay!
I just okay. Refocus the brain from rant about Marvel to D&D.
I think we were all the professor and Sunshine and Sammy were all sitting in the common room awaiting Coriolis.
Yep.
Do we want to switch over to what Coriolis is doing?
Yes, please. My them.
Alright, so it's you find yourself on one of the roads outside of Hitoyama. Actually pretty close. And you step out of the scene change and you see a familiar tall figure who seems to be working with an astrolabe and a map at the side of the road, and sitting next to a very, very short, squat figure. And the undead half-giant stands up, and you can see they're wearing a pretty muddy dress. It looks like they maybe ran out of clothes. And also they've been going on foot. And I don't remember if Benjamin has seen Nona or not.
Canonically, in an FPS, no, but I shrug. Probably not. Maybe. But does Coriolis want to roll perception?
They can. "21.
Wonderful. You see a black and white figure, very small, running very quickly towards you. Oh, hey, wait, you know this little thing. Oh.
Benjamin? They stand up straight and then they kneel all the way down to the ground so that they can interact with Benjamin, who's a very small kitty.
They are very small. They skitter and scramble up onto your shoulder and like pat you on your not skull side of your face and go, Sunshine sent me. I'm here to help you get to Hitoyama.
Hi, yes. That's very appreciated. Is he okay? It sounded pretty hectic, so I retreated.
You get the mental equivalent of a
Fantastic, Nona. And the dwarf who is sitting next to them stands up, and you can see another undead person. This one seems to be halfway dissolved into sea foam. and she has been sort of kneeling, and at first it seems like she's been praying, but as she stalks closer, you can hear that it is curse words. And looks at Coriolis, looks at the cat. She's just waiting for an explanation.
I look at Coriolis because this is a cat that communicates if they can touch you.
Coriolis looks blankly at Benjamin and goes, "Oh, this is the cat. It's Seeger's cat. It's gonna help us find the right way to the city." She goes, "Well, it's about time." And she swings herself up onto Coriolis' shoulders, in much the same way that one might mount a horse, and Coriolis will hold out a hand for you to step on, so that you can see them, and they go, "Okay, take us to your person."
Benjamin does very nod up and down sharply, and they have a cat knife grin that's very reminiscent of a certain individual that you know. And
Yep.
As they stand on your hand, they basically start feeding you instructions on where to go.
And they the first step is pretty slow. The second step is faster, faster, and faster, and faster. And you have probably never gone this far or this quickly on by foot. For how large this person is, they are astonishingly quick. Quicker than they have any right to be.
Benjamin still has the cat knife face. They love this.
It's are there gates around Hideyama?
There is, but it's open during the day.
Fantastic. It's they parkour around like a wagon that's in their way with just excuse us. And they will follow your instructions to they said they were inside the inn.
Yes.
And
can they be doing something like playing chess?
The professor would love to play chess with Sunshine.
Sunshine and the professor are just playing chess.
I have to ask, do you have proficiency at Dragon Chess?
I don't think Seeker has proficiency at Dragon Chess. No. Seeker does not have proficiency at Dragon Chess.
Wonderful. They are playing with, I have to note, they are playing with the portable Dragon Chess set that, the little wooden set that Amber made for the professor.
God, that's adorable. Professor, you are playing with someone who's maybe played chess in the past, but isn't, actively played chess in a long time.
Yeah, he's winning.
He's winning.
I have a gag if you want.
yes, please.
Wonderful. Coriolis, you have things in sight, and then all of a sudden you see that cat disappear and reappear right on the chessboard, skittering all the pieces across and jumping into Sunshine's arms. No one wins.
No.
Hey.
I just thought of a counter! Damn it!
They're licking your face, and you hear them like, I found him! I found him! I found him!
What? He kind of looks around.
Can they fit in the doors of this place?
Yes.
I look at Mira. Oh, awesome.
Yes, they can.
All right.
I wiggle it, I know why. Anyway.
They walk in appreciatively, eyeing the doorway, and they will scan the room for anyone that they've seen before. Maybe just the cat or Sammy.
Hey, Coriolis! You notice first off, hey, Sammy has wings. Second off, there is an unfamiliar expression on his face as he's just kind of curled up in the couch. pretty far away from the other two, which is weird because he's normally plastered to people's sides like a cat. Well, a cat seeking affection, I should say.
Yeah, they are making note of this. But right now they're probably going to just make a beeline for Sunshine, and they come to the side of the upended table and just like straight up just like thunk to their knees and pull him into a hug.
Oh, hello! You are covered in mud!
I am covered in mud. It's good to see you.
Oh, Christ, I just got this outfit! Also, hi, it's good to actually see you in person.
It is. Are you still poisoned?
No, I am not still poisoned.
Oh, good job.
Don't patronize me.
And they will sit back on their haunches. And Nona finally like slides off of them onto the floor and dusts herself off like present. Hang on.
Criminal.
Kitty.
And they have like just the biggest like golden retriever-esque grin on their face looking at him, but they will pull themselves together and just sort of like survey the room because there's other people here.
Introductions. Professor, points to Professor, points to Coriolis, Professor Coriolis, Professor, Professor Nona, points to the half melted dwarf grandma, Nona, Professor, Coriolis, you already know Sammy, Nona, this is Sammy, this is Nona.
Yeah, they pull out a pair of the largest, dorkiest, bright red glasses you have ever seen, and they put them on, and they reach over and they go, "Oh, Professor."
Oh, just the professor.
Just the professor, and they shake your hand, very carefully.
Yep. Yeah, he seems chipper.
And they will stand up and go over to Sammy to kneel down again. And behind them is a very old, slightly dissolved, very bitchy-looking dwarf who immediately walks over, grabs you by the face, Sunshine, and looks in your mouth like, "What did you eat?"
Oi! And his mouth is being held open. He's trying to shoo Nona off. Stop.
Once she looks and she immediately lets go, but she's just it's. You would think you would learn. Well, you get a pass this time.
I was about to say, I don't really have full context.
Oh!
You okay?
Yeah, my cat is, graduated to assassination attempts.
Oh gosh,
no.
the criminal has upgraded. Have they gone through a Pokemon evolution?
Basically.
Mm.
It happens whenever they get hungrier and hungrier. Anyways. But yeah, she, is pacing around you, just sort of, looking for signs of further damage.
Sunshine raises an eyebrow. Just I'm alive.
Barely. It's kind of circling kind of like a shark. And meanwhile, Sammy, your vision is invaded somewhat by someone very large with blue skin and seaweedy hair. I haven't put a rough for them in. While this is happening,
There's
I will
already
find
one
rough.
in roll zone.
Thank you, beloved.
I put the glasses one. I'm so sad.
Oh, thank you, Katie.
I love their dorky glasses.
The dorky glasses were a gift from one of Katie's characters, and they are fantabulous.
chaos.
But yeah, hey Sammy.
Hey, Corey. Do you want to roll an insight?
Sure. Do. Stop it, Discord. There we are. 22.
With a 22, you instantly clock the guilt in Sammy's face. And you also clock a very pretty similar sickly sweet smell.
Nona, over here. And Nona immediately comes over. And she grabs Sammy by the face and sniffs. Can she cast Detect Poison?
Yes.
Is this boy poisoned?
He's not poisoned, but he's carrying poison.
Like stands him upright, shoves him into Coriolis' arms.
Hey!
Starts rifling through his pockets.
The professor gets up and starts to, like, protectively go over to Sammy and push them away.
Sammy does start to struggle, but in this whole entire chaos, Nona, you are successful in grabbing a red satchel of a mysterious red powder.
Yeah, they just, without looking, they slap it into the professor's hands and keep, like, checking him over, basically frisking him.
He's still kind of struggling, but Corey's holding him. I'm not gonna have Sammy try and roll to get out of that.
Half giant hugs. They're not a choice.
Nope.
The professor is gonna check the bag.
Describe to me first how the professor is investigating this bag of this satchel.
Looking at it from the outside first. See if it has any identifying marks on it. Wait.
Do not smell it.
I'm not going to. I already tried with the drink. It was the drink it was put in. And then he is going to, like, keep it away from his face as he opens it and looks to see what it looks like on the inside.
It is vibrant red. You know the red that had been in the lemonade?
Yeah.
It was like that, except brighter.
Mm-hmm.
And the little drops that were left behind from when Sammy had dumped the contaminated glass was the exact shade of red.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He nods firmly. This is the stuff.
Fan-fucking-tastic.
Don't blame him. He's under some sort of influence. I'm not sure what exactly, but I wasn't able to detect any spells on him, but there's something that's keeping him from talking about it. And we did have an incident with a Gias recently, so it's not that, but it could be something similar. Besides the fact that this is just not something Sammy would ever do. I mean, the kid carries leaves with him just so he can check his own food and drink for poison. He's so paranoid about it. Well, I mean, you can hardly call it paranoia if they really are out to get you. But he just sort of, like, does a big shrug, like, yeah, this is a big mess.
Yeah. She agrees emphatically. And could she roll a medicine check, Mira?
You could roll a medicine, yeah.
Okay. Let me go back up to her long-ass character sheet. Ah, that's right. I forgot. This is one of my regular player character, very high level characters. So she gets a
Whoa!
well, still a 13.
Wow.
Okay. With the 13, you definitely notice the red stains on his fingers. You clock the fact that no, those aren't. That's not from the poison. He would be asleep if that was. Regarding your history, you immediately clock it as something your old captain used to dabble with.
Fuck's sake. Looks around. There's only one person here who would possibly know anything about him. So they say to Coriolis, it's his shit. And Coriolis pales, which is very interesting. When they're, dark blue.
What?
It's his
Who?
shit?
It's Coriolis's predecessor was a real shit stain on the soul of just sort of the universe. And this is his shit.
Huh.
But
Knowing what she does, would a dispelled magic on his fingers in particular do anything, or a greater restoration?
Nope. You would, just because of your history, you would realize that the Gios was part of it. There's another part that you're gonna have to eventually figure out to try and unravel this.
Mm-hmm. Without looking, she reaches over and pokes Sunshine in the chest and hits him with a protection from poison.
Ow!
She goes, well, short of cutting off your hands, which I'm not going to do,
you'd better.
Gives you a look. I'm afraid you're stuck with these for now, but you see these red stains. Get rid of these, and presumably you'll get rid of all of this.
Well, how do we get rid of these?
Well, if I knew, I would be doing it. To be clear, no remove curse, none of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, it's not. It's a weird mix of magic, but not magic. So, you got rid of the magic part.
Oh, fantastic. She will sort of relate this muttering as she works that, it's not a magical effect.
Fun.
Though I will clarify, it does, mimic a magical effect.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not actually magic. It's a gesture, science-y BS.
Mm-hmm.
Sciencey BS.
Who is this person you're talking about? What do you mean predecessor?
Well, you see, our ship's fucked. And then Coriolis very gently nudges her out of the way and goes, hi, Coriolis, captain of Vengeful Dead. Except that it wasn't always called that. It, before it came into our hands, we were, shanghaied. Into service on the ship as slaves. The man who captured us.
The captain?
The captain. No other name known.
Of course.
Yes. The first time the ship sank, we died. He presumably also died, or
Well,
something.
I
I
wouldn't
know.
be so sure.
Well, apparently. We need to get back to the ship and tell well, that will come.
Have you heard about, the letter we got? The letter...
Which letter?
Sammy got a letter from, presumably, a Valari Lancaster, whom I remember, being,
I look at Mira. They would recognize the voice. Would they recognize the name?
Considering Captain did know Valari's name, Valari does in fact ring a very specific bell considering some of the stuff we've talked about in our DMs a while back.
They sit down very hard on the floor and just sort of like put their head in their hands.
the captain's bow.
Yes, meeting is the wrong word. But I've heard them. If the two of them are reunited, that is indescribably bad.
Well, according to the letter, they very much are. And they're, they actually contacted Sammy so that he would go out and retrieve their songbird, whoever that is.
They take a sharp breath. And Nona spins around and looks you square in the eyes and goes, "What did you say?"
They're back together, and they want their songbird back to sing at their wedding.
Would you excuse me one moment? And Coriolis stands up and politely bows to you all and walks outside, and you hear lightning strike something, and then they walk back in.
Hey, I rolled a bit ago when Captain was first mentioned for Sunshine, and while Sunshine doesn't remember shit about anything, that's still a -1 on a whiz save.
Ooh.
Fantastic.
I think, I looked to Benjamin. Benjamin
Whoa.
would have been the first one to notice just him very subtly shaking and, him kind of, like, staring very intently at the ground.
I think Benjamin tries to pat them on the nose and like lick their nose and try to get their attention, and when that doesn't work, they hop off, and as Coriolis is coming back in, they claw up your coat, tap you on the face, and go, Sunshine isn't doing well.
They sit down in front of you and sort of lift you into their lap.
There is no response.
Yeah. Could
Benjamin
they
hops down and snuggles into your lap again?
think that they like usher the others over and just sort of like guide everyone into like a pile around Sunshine? And could they use the mental link?
They can try.
Feel a very gentle poke. Poke, poke.
There's just sort of this, like, faint buzz, like you're trying to access a line that isn't available.
Fantastic.
I wiggle. Go continue your conversation, though. Don't worry about him. He'll be fine.
Mm.
As their emotional support cat, fuck you.
So, I take it you know who that is.
Yes. He doesn't go by that. And they look down at Sunshine.
It's... The professor looks between Sunshine and Coriolis, and Sunshine and Coriolis.
Coriolis is sort of giving you, with their one eyebrow, they're sort of raising it like, are you gonna fucking say it out loud in front of him? After a -1 on a whiz save?
Yeah, he just sort of, like, sits back with a huh.
That's, how we all met.
I see.
I think it goes without saying that can't fucking have him.
No, of course not.
Give you a
say
tired smile.
When you said if they could have them, you just hear Benjamin kind of yell for a second before they go back to trying to distract Seeker. Sunshine.
I'm gonna roll a wisdom, just because Benjamin's adorable.
No!
Oh.
No,
Nope,
they're
he's
just-
still out of it.
They
Those
kind of have your
pictures-
face and lick your nose, and they're meowing at you, and they're trying to get your attention, and you're just not responding. And they just look at Coriolis so distressed.
They gather the kitty up in Seeker's lap and think that they just sort of hold him close to their chest and start humming a familiar song that they know from him.
Oh dear. Oh geez. Okay. Fuck do I roll for this? 24. About like halfway through one of the choruses, Coriolis, Sunshine seemingly just starts, like, picks it up at the exact moment that you do, and starts to sing along to the tune. Anyway, I sit here.
They wince. Just like, God damn, okay. They look at the rest of them like, they're also not doing great. They're not equipped for this. Please help. They hold the satyr like a teddy bear.
Well,
I'm just sitting here with the fact that Sammy's just quietly been crying ever since, like, a lot more has kind of come out.
Our last bastions of sanity are the professor and a cat. And Nona.
Oh gosh, does Nona count?
I think, like, Nona's going to, like, look at the professor and be like, do you all have any sort of place with privacy?
Yes. If you want regular privacy, we do have private rooms here in the inn. If you want, magical, impenetrable, privacy, I have my ship.
I have to say that sounds pretty good right now.
Oh, right. And he's gonna lead you to his room, in which there is a telephone box.
I will say, Coriolis is bringing up the rear, holding both, Sunshine and Sammy, in, like, the way that you hold two cats so that they don't, like, fight.
Yeah.
And they see the box, and they stop, and Nona's just like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Hang on. Listen, it's magical.
No, they have box trauma.
Okay. The professor taps his foot a bit, thinking, and he says, give me a minute. Maybe I can make it look like something else. And he's going to go inside it. And you hear some, like, beeps and boops. And, I'm gonna do a roll. Let me see. What am I gonna set the DC as? Yes, that. Oh no! Okay, it doesn't work.
Oh no!
Like, at all. It sort of, it looks like it's gonna disappear a little bit, like it goes slightly translucent, then it comes back and it looks exactly the same. And the professor, like, opens the door, comes outside, looks at it, and just sort of goes like, goes back inside. He's gonna try it again. Ellipsis, please. Okay, meets it, beats it. It turns into, it turns into a sort of, like, the box disappears and reappears in its place, a sort of gothic archway, like columns and just sort of a standing set of, like, gothic doors, with nothing on the other side. It looks like it's just sort of standing freely in the room. And the professor comes out and he looks at it. I can't believe that worked. Well,
Rad
this...
as hell.
What?
This is rad as hell.
Yeah!
He just opens the door and, ushers everybody in. It is also much taller now.
Yeah.
Are they gonna check for scrying again, or anything like that, or?
He. Well, he did use True Sight on Sammy earlier.
That's right, and I had actually forgotten to roll pre this session, so give me a sec. Oh, okay. Yeah, Professor, you definitely saw that orb when you had grabbed Sammy.
Okay.
Retroactively, you had.
Okay. I'm gonna say that it slipped his mind up until this moment, and as he gets everybody into the ellipsis, he puts a finger to his lips, and he says, "I just remembered something. No more talking until I get us into a different plane. Give me a second. And
A different what?
plane. Because they can't track us if we're on a different plane. And he is just sort of, like, aggressively, like, hitting things on the, like, different, controls on the console, and, oh yeah, also, it's bigger on the inside, blah, blah, blah. And you are now in the, ethereal plane. In this, roughly 30 by 30 space. All together in the console room. And the professor, turns around and points at Sammy, and he says, whom I suspect are, Captain and Valari were watching you. Earlier, I forgot, and I just remembered. They were watching you again. They had a sensor, and they heard that entire conversation. I am so sorry.
Sammy just kind of shrinks.
It's not your fault.
They saw us.
They saw you.
Okay.
They can't see us anymore.
We mentioned the boat, and they look at Nona.
We mentioned a lot of things.
No, you don't understand. We have children that we left behind on the boat. The boat. Some of the other survivors.
Mm-hmm.
Well, survivors. And Nona, like, stomps off to a corner, like, calm down. I will send sending.
Does sending work if you're on a different plane?
It doesn't. She walks back over and just, like, sits crankily.
Oh, man. I can maybe give you a lift back there when we're done. But
Benjamin pokes their head up and looks at you, Coriolis.
Hey, buddy.
Do you remember that this is a parcel cat?
They sort of stare blankly. Oh! 1 second. And they set Seeker down in their lap, or excuse me, Sunshine, and Sammy down in their lap, sort of draped over differing legs, if they're cross-legged. And
They need pen and paper.
they go through their pockets, and they go through their pockets, and they go through their pockets.
You look back, and you see Benjamin pushing forward like a bottle of ink, a pen, and a piece of paper. And you're like, how the fuck did this cat... Whatever.
You're a very good kitty.
Thank God.
And they scribble basically what's just happened. They fold it up very hastily, and they hand it to you, and they go, oh, wait, and they write Sharky on it, whatever that means.
They really quickly hop up and kind of boop you on the nose, and it's almost like they seem more solid before they like quickly jump off, grab the letter, and disappear. Yeah, I can't do anything without you painting pictures, but like there's a cat on its way to the ship.
Yeah.
There you go. They use other planes to travel. I shrug.
It's without doing another whole cutscene.
Benjamin can just come back with a letter if you like.
Honestly, I don't think there's even going to be a reply. You just give it to a gnome in a room full of machinery who has shark teeth for dentures, who stops to give you a pat and call you a good kitty, and then gets the fuck out.
They do that. They come back, and the letter is gone, and they hop back into Sunshine's lap immediately and start to try to get their attention again.
This is bullshit.
Oh, Sunshine.
Hey, it's not negative anymore.
Man.
That's still a fucking 0.
Oh my gosh. It. Actually, one sec. You just went out. What are you doing?
It's a criminal.
He's criminal. He's like, thanks for
have-
be nice to Sunshine.
They have an important message to give to you. Where's the letter?
You have a letter for me? Apparently not. Anyways.
Just silence.
I will hand you some fluff of Benjamin very desperately trying to bonk Sunshine's head, and they're just not responding.
You said that's fluff. That's just sad.
It's sad fluff.
That doesn't count.
Yep. I was evil.
I will. I as DM will say if Seeker fails another whiz save, Sunshine. Sorry, I will say bullshit.
Yeah.
The cat
I
will
melt
bonk just a
slightly.
bit harder.
God, do you want me to roll another one just to see?
Wait,
Let's
can I
Yes.
can I cast saving throws? It is. Let me see. The professor casts Intellect Fortress on Sunshine, and that gives you it gives you advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma saving throws. You also have resistance to psychic damage,
Oh, nice.
so you have advantage.
Do you do anything special with that for, like, casting it on Seeker?
He just goes up and pats his hand, and there's sort of a the spell appears as a sort of like halo of sort of golden runes around your head. They look pretty alien.
Alright.
As you pull your hand away, Benjamin does head bonk it.
Nona will also give you guidance.
Oh, joys. I
Yay.
don't think I need the guidance. I actually rolled well.
Nice. You still get an extra d4 that you can use on a lot of things for the next minute.
There's a sort of like jolt as like his hand gets like patted. He like looks at it and like turns it over, and it just goes, "All right, I think I really need to get those memories back, because what the fuck?"
Yeah.
Hello?
Hi, Sunshine.
Greetings. What the hell just happened?
You kind of see a cat pop up in your view and just go like, "Ta-da!"
Oh, hello, Benjamin. He pets the top of Benjamin's head.
They head bonk you.
Well, it seems like you entered a trauma-induced fugue state.
Oh, wonderful. And like he's just like he has like a great expression on his face.
So it seems we have two problems. Well, actually, no. We have lots of problems, but two main problems for right now. We need to get Sunshine's memories back, and we need to get that stuff off of Sammy's hands.
Well, we didn't know about the stuff on Sammy's hands. Sort of adjust Sammy in their lap. You're being cradled like a baby. But and they sort of look at Nona. It's like, and Nona's like, "Yeah, that's why I'm here." And she's sort of she's eyeing you up and down, Sunshine, the way that one might eye a cut of meat that one is going to prepare.
Wonderful.
You can see she has, I like to think you remember nothing about this person except that she does carry around a large rusty butcher's knife, and you can see it, like, at her side.
Whatever you're doing, please don't stab me. I don't really feel in the mood for it right now.
Don't be ridiculous. You don't stab people with butcher's knives.
Well, I don't know what to say in response to that.
Just sort of like pokes you, sort of like tilts your head around, like, this is a terrible haircut.
What? Hello? This is an amazing haircut! What the hell are you talking about?
While you're like while you're yelling at her, she's checking your tonsils. She has
I
a
have a
bedside
terrible
manner.
haircut. I have a terrible haircut when you're missing half your head.
I believe that's what's known as a head cut.
He glares from behind the sunglasses.
She looks completely unconcerned. She's already dead. What are you gonna do? Whippersnapper.
Do you have something
Hmm.
for his memories?
Maybe.
Hmm.
We're gonna give it a shot.
Alright.
And she rifles through her pack, and pulls out, a little packet, labeled, 100 gram, or 100 GP, question mark, diamond dust. And she, like, sort of, like, squares your shoulders to her and goes, okay, now stand very still. And she pulls out the butcher's knife.
Well, this is fine.
Better do as they say.
I suppose.
Benjamin is just staring Nona down very carefully. They're gonna let you do shit, but they're also just like,
He's had enough of old ladies for today.
Uh-huh. Crazy old ladies. I look at the freaking swamp witch he met earlier.
She turns the butcher knife sideways, and you can see that there is a holy mark on it, a partially rusted away anchor. And she holds it, and it begins to glow, and
A wiggle?
sorry, a dim, watery light floods the area, washing over you sunshine, but also a little bit the rest of the group. And everyone around can smell sea brine and rushing water and feel the sense of almost gravity or weight, as if something has been placed on your shoulders, but not in a crushing way. More as if you've taken on a burden that you know you're equal to. And she casts greater restoration. And then the packet, laying on her knee, sparks, and she jerks her hands away, as if she's been electrocuted, and the spell ends as she, like, fumbles to, like, brush it onto the floor and off, where it's starting to burn a hole into her clothing. And Sunshine, you don't feel any different.
Oh, yes, I remember absolutely everything. Every single moment of my life. Before my eyes, completely.
Don't you sass me
Sammy
into that.
sneezes.
Benjamin's ears just fold back and look at you, Sunshine.
No, I don't remember anything, I'm sorry.
Well-
Pat very carefully on Benjamin's head. The only person he didn't lie to in this room.
Oh,
Mm.
they cuddle up against you again.
She goes, well, that wasn't enough diamond powder, which means that now I have no diamond powder, which means shopping. But, and she sighs.
Or I could check in the back and see if I have any.
Oh, yes, please. But also, I'm pretty sure this is going to be some power of friendship bullshit. Hate this continent. So,
He just
yeah,
sort of blinks on his way to the interior doors and turns around like, what?
she said what she said. And, like, she's just sort of cleaning up, the burnt packet, just like, you know, this isn't her ship. She can't make a mess.
It's fine. He has prestidigitation. he just waves a hand and it all, like, zoops Mary Poppins style back into the bag.
Where did my packet go?
It's in the packet!
Oh, I thought that you disappeared the entire thing.
No. No,
In that case...
he made the powder go back into it.
Oh, the powder got burned up.
Oh, well, whatever they were trying to clean up then.
Basically just the ashes of the packet, but, goes, well, sort of stares Sunshine down, almost as if, like, she's mad at you for being such a tough patient, and an insight roll above, you know, a 5, though, will be like, she's worried. And she goes, so, obviously we need more diamond powder. However, you
Yes. Hi.
basically breathe stories.
I do.
So, what we're going to do is I want all of you to go out and get him a gift, because he's a fae, that has some sort of, like, story involved in it. She looks at Sammy, who does not look in a gift-giving mood.
No, he looks absolutely ill at the idea of moving.
Yeah, it's, Coriolis has been, very quiet, because everyone else is dealing with, Sunshine, and they're just sort of, like, patting Sammy on the back, sort of humming along.
When you say to go get gifts, you see Benjamin again perk up, look around, jump off, and as they're jumping before they hit the ground, disappear.
Mm.
The professor does go into the interior doors and says, I'll be right back, I know exactly what to get. And yeah, he disappears into the interior doors. There seems to be more hallway. And he'll come back in like 2 minutes. He has 2 things. He has another thing of diamond dust that it's actually like several packets of diamond dust. Why does this man have so much stuff? No, it doesn't matter. He has the noble background. He can have random rich person shit.
Yes. Also, I point at the source material for this character.
Yeah.
Varying character.
Yeah, he can just have this stuff. But he has, like, several packets of diamond dust. Like, listen, if this is gonna take a few tries, then it takes a few fucking tries. And in his other hand, he has, let me see from inventory what I carved wooden figurine of a horned masked figure. Which...
I wiggle.
Yeah, you do.
Do you hand that to Sunshine?
He's gonna, like, look around to make sure, like, does this need to be, like, in any sort of order, or...
Nona shrugs at you. She didn't fucking know.
Alright, in that case, he is going to hand it to Sunshine.
Sunshine takes it. Um. And kind of looks at it, and kind of like furrows his eyebrows and like looks it over some more.
Mm-hmm.
Where did you get this?
You gave this to me. And, this is the story that I give you. There was once a very, very small, very young satyr who got lost in the midst of a religious ceremony and got lost in a blizzard. And they were beginning to freeze and didn't know where to go. So they prayed, because that's what they knew. And eventually, before them appeared a tall person. Surely this was a spirit. And this person took them up and brought them into a very big, very warm space. And gave them food to eat and water to drink and warm blankets. And made sure that they were all right. And then this person brought the little satyr child back to their home. They walked through the village and into their house and tucked them into bed. And then they parted ways. And that is how I met you.
That was you!
What is with the professor and going into everybody's childhood?
It's a thing.
It's
Yeah.
funny.
It's hilarious.
That
I think
was
he just-
me.
I'm.
And you gave me this. And he points at the little figure. And I gave you that blanket.
I'm just. He looks so confused. But like it's like that sort of like dawning realization of, you know, this actually could make sense.
Mm-hmm.
I'm how ha,
The ellipsis and I answer calls for help. And you called for help.
That's a very strange meeting order.
I'll say, it was after, for me, it was after I met, Seeker.
Huh.
So,
That is very odd.
certainly.
Thank you for the story. Well, that answers. Well, it wasn't really a question. Apologies that I don't personally remember that.
No, that's alright. You were in a bad way.
You can tell me about it. And he rolls the figure over in his hand. My mother got so paranoid about me getting sick again for such a long time. Actually, we went to Inkwell for a bit of a rest. That's how I met Peat.
That makes sense.
He kind of sighs. Author beloved, I don't know how you want this to work, but he does technically have an item now.
It we're gonna let everyone have a chance to give him a gift, and I have an idea for Sammy, if Mira, you'll indulge me.
I chin hands at you. Oh?
Also, I will note, Seeker is just like turning the figure over in his hand. Is just, I was wondering where this went to. It's a very nice blanket though you gave me in return. I think I left it at home though when I went out traveling.
Perhaps.
Didn't want it to get torn up or anything.
Coriolis will take Sammy aside, and they pull out one of the missing posters. And they look at Sammy and they go, I've been told I'm really no good at stories, so I thought that maybe we could work together on ours. Does that sound good?
And Sammy kind of he opens his mouth and then kind of shuts it again and then just kind of nods.
Mm.
And his eyes are very shiny.
They sign at him. Can you understand sign language?
He nods and raises his hands and signs back. Yeah, it's easier this way.
That's what we'll do then. And they flip the missing poster back, and they start sketching a map. And they pull out like children's markers out of their pockets and hand a few to Sammy. And they will make sort of a pretty usable map of Toontown and some of the surrounding areas, and sort of ask him to outline places that he's been with Seeker, and they do some of their own.
He points to a certain block of major silence and a little circle of that he points and goes, "There's my garden."
They hand him the green.
He actually signs to Coriolis. I found him sleeping on my garden bench one morning and kind of chewed him out for it.
I think that they choose like a yellow or a very light pink, and underneath the black of the map ink, they write that in Sylvan.
Sammy cannot read Sylvan.
They'll explain what they're doing. And like every time that they have some of their own tidbits, but every time that Sammy shares something with them, they'll sort of put it where it won't interfere with reading the map, until there's like this interesting pattern of map and then little like boxes of like 2-sentence stories.
Mm-hmm.
And
I hold Coriolis so soft.
Just and I will say it's at one point Nona comes over like she's going to rush them, and Coriolis will just like block Sammy's view of her and just be like, no. Just he has as much time to work as he needs.
Mm-hmm. I am having emotions over this whole entire section. Shoot,
I look at
my
KT. Oh,
no, sorry. It's just my brain suddenly went like, "Are we supposed to be doing something right now?" I don't know, and I shake it because I'm like, "You're DMing."
you're good. You're good.
I hold. Their gift that they're still working on is basically like doing a bunch of mini stories.
Yeah, basically, like,
What are we talking about?
Sammy and Coriolis are working together to make a gift.
Okay, gotcha.
And yeah, it's a map of Toontown with like routes that, you know, to familiar places from other familiar places. And underneath, you know, that is, you know, Seeker falling asleep in Sammy's garden, or Seeker and Coriolis getting fried mango. Like, just little moments.
Sammy will include another moment from the garden where Seeker was present for several members of the Virtuosos Flourish crew trying to eat his rainbow flowers because they tasted minty.
Coriolis just sort of like looks at Sammy, looks at Seeker, looks at the professor.
Sammy just kind of points at Sunshine and just goes, "They tried to eat my flowers."
I mean, I think
Signing
some flowers.
very like empathetically, like, "They tried to eat my flowers, Corey."
They're there, buddy. They're there. Like, were they like nasturtiums, or because you're supposed to eat nasturtiums? They're good for you, I think.
Sammy just signs, "I didn't even know if they were edible."
There, buddy. It's gonna be okay. We're just glad he's not in Panic Attackville anymore.
Yeah, he is very sufficiently distracted right now.
Mm. And I look at KT.
Hi. It's been a second, and then another second, and then a few minutes, and eventually you see kind of hop down onto the console Benjamin, who immediately hops down, and you know how cats, when they're holding something too big for them, they kind of lean their head back and kind of trot.
Mm,
Uh,
Oh,
that's what they're doing, and they leap up onto Sunshine's lap, and it looks like they have something that looks like a snowflake in their mouth. Is that ice? And they uh, jump up onto Sunshine's shoulder and kind of pat at their cheek for them to get look at them.
Yeah.
And as soon as you look at them, they press the snowflake against your forehead.
He's just like, oh, that's cold. And he kind of like reaches up and takes the snowflake. We were doing DM stuff in the background. Don't worry about it. Oh, oh, where'd you get this?
They just kind of tap your face and say, um,
Oh, oh, my mother. Why would she give me a? She told you to press it against my face, didn't she?
Benjamin nods like a toddler,
Oh,
very up and
jeez.
down.
He kind of like buries his face in his hands.
Benjamin licks his hair. Cats do this. It's stupid and I love it.
Thank you, Benjamin. I I think I know the story behind this one. When I was younger, I had a very bad habit of taking all of my blankets and going up to the roof and just sitting there for hours when it was snowing. I had this very... I didn't understand how stars worked at the time, and whenever it was snowing at night like that, I thought the stars were coming down to, you know, leave kisses on my face.
That's very sweet.
It is, but also I know that's not how stars work now, and it would be ridiculous if I kept doing that. I won't have anyone roll insight, but it is very much implied that he kept doing that.
Benjamin is purring very loudly and definitely like gets your arm up over them, and they make themselves cozy.
Yes, thank you. My mother's
Over,
probably teasing me about that. She does that a lot.
over the mental link, you feel a very hastily, like, there's a burst of affection that is hastily just sort of like kicked into a corner. Like, no.
I wiggle.
Benjamin looks at you, Sunshine, and does the slow blink.
Think Sunshine like lowers the sunglasses and like does a slow blink back.
More loud purring.
Oh, thank you, Professor, and thank you, Benjamin, for these stories.
Of course, dear.
And he's now holding like the little figure and the snowflake.
Coriolis will come over holding Sammy.
Sammy suddenly looks very nervous again, but he is holding on to the missing poster and map very desperately because he wants this to work.
And Coriolis will go. Once upon a time. Sorry, I'm not very good at stories. But once upon a time, there was a group of people who had been taken and separated. And they didn't know if they were going to make it to tomorrow. And they were stuck in the darkness. But there was a voice, and the voice was so strong. And it held out for so long. And it was so bright. It gave them the hope that they needed to make it through. It was their beacon in the darkness. And eventually the darkness broke. And there is a snap of lightning across their features when they say that. And the voice was lost to these people. So they looked, and they turned the map over so that he could see the missing poster. But unbeknownst to them, the voice went on without them, rebuilt itself, became stronger, found its way back to the light, just as it had led them. And they show him the map. And it's got, the place Serrata works, the library, the crematorium, the ice cream parlor where they got ice cream once. Like, all the different places that Seeker would have mentioned to them.
The meta's narrative.
Even in just the meta's
narrative.
narrative is definitely. And you can see illustrations, and if you look closely, you can see in Sylvan just like little, one sentence or two sentence, just like boxes of text of things that you've done, places you've gone, and they go, just as you once led us, we will do our best to lead you. And if there's a moral to this story, it is that when you walk in darkness, you never walk alone. And they hand him the map.
he takes the map very gently, and sort of reads over all of the portions, very carefully, using at some point he uses a finger to follow along, where he's at on the map.
North goes up.
I do not patronize me.
Was he holding it with North facing upwards?
He adjusts the map. Somehow he still doesn't know how to read a fucking map. Anyway, he looks it over and turns the thing around, and looks at his own face. He looks alien right now, because he could not imagine him looking like that. But he gives a soft smile and goes, "Thank you both for this."
No, thank you. And then they go sit at the other end of the room because now they're embarrassed.
Sammy just kind of quietly squeezes Coriolis' hand.
I'm sorry, Sammy, you're being held like a teddy bear. You are now a comfort object.
I mean, he's currently not really objecting to this.
They might just fiddle with his wings, smooth out the feathers and shit, just for something to do.
Oh no. You're suddenly a lap full of very melted, melty goop of a tune.
Oh no. Professor help.
You just get.
He is blissed out somehow.
I think I broke him.
Oh, you just made him sleepy.
Oh no.
He's alright, just give him a minute.
And
It's just a very sleepy, contented dove noise.
That's so cute.
Mira, I'm dying.
You just one of Sammy's turn-off switches is just touch the feathers. You have sleepy bird.
I fucking forgot. Okay.
Do they have the problem where if you put a blanket over their head now, they just conk out?
Yes.
Yay.
Perfect.
And Nona looks around the room and sort of takes its temperature as better, more auspicious than before. And she holds her holy symbol / butcher knife tightly. And the diamond dust that the professor has, and I think she waits until Sunshine is looking at his gifts before she starts the spell. And that same thought, or that same feeling of watering strength fills the room.
If they're doing the same spell, can the professor help? Because he has that spell.
Mm-hmm.
Greater Restoration, right?
Yeah, it's your hand is gripped by a little liver-pocked one that's missing at least one finger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, professor is helping.
And let me bring up the spell. Where is her fucking character sheet? I just had it.
I can put it in the roll zone? Actually, it's in there somewhere.
Oh, wait.
I put it in there earlier. I can put it in again just so it's top of the paste.
Sure.
Boom, there it is. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
And yeah, they are going to They're going to end the curse. And I look at Mira, and I look at Magic.
Hi.
Hey, Magic, how do you want to do this?
I don't know. um. Um. I sit here.
I will say Coriolis has brought Sammy back over. Just sitting at his feet. Hooves, whatever.
Oh boy. Hmm. I should give y'all lore because that would be fun.
Hmm.
But I could keep it vague because okay. The room is like doused in this sort of blue light, correct?
Yeah, it's sort of almost a watery grayish, almost
Mm-hmm.
like deep water.
Okay. In this case, I think as Sunshine looks down at these objects, and the spell is cast, there's sort of like this sharp intake of breath, and these sort of shadowy figures appear behind him. Oh, what's the word? I want to say like vestiges, but I don't think that's correct.
Vestiges?
These has
This, huh?
I said vestiges and author said phantasms.
Let me look at shit. Um, mm, something like both of those.
Hmm.
They're remnants of a memory. Uh, not quite come to light because this is just the echo of what some of the things that Sunshine seems to be recalling. Um, and there's the first sort of image, first sort of scene is a very crowded bar, someone who's almost distinctly Sunshine sitting at it. You can only see the silhouette, but someone sitting next to him, and he's handed a drink that has a very surprising color in comparison to the rest of these darker images. Um, and gets handed this drink. Blue at the top, a sort of red at the bottom, and he takes a sip, and the vision fades. um, oh boy,
Hmm.
I have a lot.
Hmm.
I think the next one, it's Seeger. Somewhere different, somewhere changed, somewhere maybe familiar. To two of you. Um, and there's it's very muffled, like you can't properly hear it. But it sounds like shouting and cursing, and from Seeker at someone you can barely see off screen. Um, and there's a hand that goes to his face, um, and a contraption that gets shut over top of it, locking his jaw shut. Um, uh, oh boy, I sit here. And with that scene, Sunshine's expression kind of was like a grim determination.
Hmm.
And there's there's another scene, uh, of him being dragged into a room and his cuffs undone, but they lock him inside. And he seems to take a moment before slowly going over to the bed in this cabin and slipping beneath the covers and just curling up into a ball. And there's noise outside of the room. Joyous laughter, casual talking. And there is probably a shot of Beyond the Wall that appears. This one's even like fuzzier than the other one. And it's the one noticeable thing is that there are slightly different silhouetted people than the ones that you saw in the other vision. And they have very shiny, official looking inspector badges.
Hmm.
And Sunshine's expression kind of breaks, for lack of a better term. And he just kind of slumps gently. And the next scene, he's being dragged, literally, somewhere else. It's a strange scene because most of the figures in this room are they kind of almost blend in with the color, but not quite. People who do make the exceptions are Seeker and whoever the fuck is dragging him. He gets placed against a wall, and his chains are very securely clicked to the boards. And he gets left there. In the background of this scene, you can see these other figures. One very small one, another one that's probably, I don't know, not too terribly tall. Maybe the size, maybe like 3 feet or something. There's an even bigger figure in the back. There's 2 other sort of short, maybe dwarves or gnomes in the back as well. Very hard to see, and that vision clicks past. And his sort of face sinks even further. And it's probably obvious he's begun to dissociate at this point. And this last vision is a little bit clearer, actually, strangely enough. And you see rain, false rain, pelting down onto the floor of the ellipsis, and a very, very tired looking Seeker who's just so incredibly done with all of this. And he's being dragged above deck. You can hear shouting, but you can't quite hear what it says. And whoever it is standing right in front of this mask. And oh boy, let me grab something real fast. You don't hear what the other person is saying to him, but you hear his voice. No, before you hear his voice, you see his eyes kind of drift up to the sky above and do a blink, and his eyebrows furrow, and he fucking spits in the other person's face. And you hear his voice very low, very tired, and very scratchy say, "When this ship goes down, No one will say a word of your tales. This damned ship will be forgotten. Most of the time, nothing more than ash in a fire. And as soon as he finishes that sentence, there's a bright flash of light and a deafening clap of a deafening clap of thunder as lightning strikes the mast. And do I want this to be the last scene? Because there's another thing I could do. I debate this. I look at Mira.
You can if you would like.
It's gonna be a shorter scene. This one's strange. Because this one isn't these shadow figures that are being remembered. This one's clear. And Seeker's not actually in this shot. However, it does kind of look like someone, like, drew it, and not exactly like they've remembered it. Maybe, like, it was a story told to him rather than something he directly remembered. And you see two toons. One around 6 feet tall, a UPAN, wearing what seems to be a full sort of, what are they called? It's one of those full body swimsuits, that you use for diving.
A wetsuit.
A wetsuit, yes. She's wearing a wetsuit and like a Hawaiian shirt over top, a pair of sandals, and she's very angular. She is literally almost entirely composed of right angles. And she's got a pair of red sunglasses that kind of tilt on her face, a green flower in her hair, and a long braid, a long yellow braid that goes down her back. Interestingly, she also has only one arm. And she is holding hands with another toon. A rubber hose with a heart sort of shape as her hair. Wearing UPN clothes despite being rubber toon. And they're walking along the beach. You can hear this sort of laughter. There's a mention of there being a storm last night, and the taller one, the UPAN, looks out into the distance first, and the scene changes to show wooden pieces of a ship laying on a beach. There's a very faint comment of, didn't know any ships were out. Didn't know any ships were out last night. Must have been hell. I hope they're okay. And sort of light jogging towards the wreckage. The rubber hose and the UPN split off for a second to sort of go look around, turn over pieces, maybe collect some driftwood because it's still driftwood. And you see the taller UPAN look around and then seem to spot something, and her face goes to like shock and then to panic, and she sort of stumbles out onto the beach, and laying near some boards is Seeker, still in chains. It isn't very clear if he's breathing, but there and alive. And the vision cuts. And I think that's the point where the spell sort of fades. And Seeker, it's Seeker now, is sort of staring off into the distance. I do a vow.
Yeah.
God.
You did good.
Thank you. I was not prepared at all.
This was amazing.
Oh, yeah, wonderful.
Ah.
Seeker?
Vegan.
He is still sort of staring off into the distance. There's faint tears running down his face.
Could Coriolis scoop him up?
Yeah, you can scoop him up.
Mm. They are now holding two good boys. Sort of look at Nona and the professor.
Yeah, the professor's just concerned. It's very plain on his face.
I wiggle. I think Seeker kind of like curls up into a tighter ball and like places his hands over his mouth. Just man.
Poor satyr is having time.
Poor
Yeah.
satyr is having a time.
Mm-hmm.
This feels... Oh my gosh. I look at Mira, there's one thing we haven't resolved yet.
No, we have not.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good gravy. How do we do this one? Wait, I have an idea if you'll indulge me. I'm sorry. Could everyone roll me a perception check?
Yeah.
Go.
Okay. I
That
got
makes
a nat
sense.
1.
Oh no.
Oh,
I got a
oh
3.
boy. Okay, let me roll for my characters. Coriolis, get the fuck over here.
I go to roll for a cat.
Okay, 6, and that's not what I rolled. That's just the modifiers. I'm doing both at once. Oh shit! Jesus, fuck Nona. Afterwards, I will double check to make sure that's correct. And, yeah. Okay. There's a long moment of just sort of like... just this warmth, this bleak comfort, as everyone gathers around, Seeker. Then Nona cocks her head. She's like, "Does anyone else hear rain?" She goes over to the door. And unless anyone stops her, she's going to open it.
Hey,
What?
you can't open that. It's just the ethereal plane.
I mean, is it like a submarine where like the ethereal plane will, flood?
Depends where we are in the ethereal plane.
Well, it sounds like it's raining outside.
Let me check the... He's gonna go to the console and poke a few buttons and stuff. He turns and like waves a hand like it's fine.
And she, nods. She goes and opens the door. And then, the room is full of crows. Just crows from wall to wall.
Oh, Benjamin, fucking hisses and arches their back, and if it wasn't clear, they're probably hovering around Seeker again, and they try to hide.
Yeah,
What?
it's like they aren't pecking anyone, they aren't like doing any damage, but they are just like specific making a nuisance of themselves on purpose.
Oh, come on.
Um I'm sorry, there is now bird poop all over the console.
God. Why?
And I'm going to roll with the what I have decided to call the murder stats. What is there? Okay, a +1. +18. Okay, so unbeknownst to all of you, the crows are sort of sizing everyone up. It's like, well, that's a goat. It's probably the one we want, but like, he seems fine. Looking a little bit rough. That's a pigeon or a parrot. Yeah. The hobo looks a little bit sketchy. The cat, avoid the cat, avoid the cat, avoid the cat, avoid the cat.
The cat fucking pokes their head out and like just hisses.
Sort of one flies into Coriolis socket and they just fish it out and like let it go. And they're like, okay, that's chill. And then they look at Nona, avoid the sea witch, avoid the sea witch, avoid the sea witch. And you can actually tell that these are toon crows.
How did these get here?
Interdimensional toon crows.
Seeker's kind of like
cat.
Seeker is holding his hands like over his ears because ow. Too many senses at the same time.
And actually, also, Professor, I will give you, these have the same time sick aura that two individuals that you've met have also had. One was Peat Moth, the other was TOC.
Uh-huh.
So you can probably guess where they came from.
Yeah.
Congratulations on having about 100 crows in a very small...
Benjamin has hopped up onto Seeker's head and is batting the crows around if they come anywhere near them. Just like yowling if they do. Just, you know, that like ready pose they do with their paw up? Just ready. Like, motherfucking try.
The professor is just kind of like silently fuming for a minute, and he just like God, what do you have?
Cast sleep on them. Cast sleep on them.
Yeah.
Put them to bed.
Yeah, he casts God, it's a fucking area of effect spell. He snaps and he casts sleep at 4th level. So that means
oh gosh, you're gonna fucking put my
I
cat to
know. Let me see. Where's...
Wait, I need to check something.
Undead or immune?
I do know that.
And if you're immune to being charmed, you also aren't affected by the spell.
Oh, I have...
Hang on, where's the... okay, 5d8, okay.
I'm sorry, Oatmeal, just to be sure, you said that if you are immune to being charmed, you're
Yeah.
immune to the spell?
Yes. Yeah, hang on a second.
They're immune to being charmed, aren't they? Oh, god damn it.
Yeah, well, this is still happening. 1, 2...
Just make my cat pass out. Fantastic.
Yep. And
I pat
possibly
you.
others. Let me see, how many slots above first? Oh, that's 3 slots above first. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, that's 11 d8. Okay, 45. Who's below
Wonderful.
45 hit points?
My fucking cat. They're 15 HP.
Alright, anyone else?
Oh gosh.
No?
Just my cat.
No, surprisingly.
Yeah. Frickin' Professor, you cast this spell, and all you see is Benjamin on Seeker's head suddenly go limp and fall into their arms.
Why are these things immune to being charmed? They're from the fucking bog! Get out of my ship!
I'm sorry, the curse will do something as soon as I stop laughing.
Wonderful. Hey, Seeker, you have a puddle in your arms. I have no idea. How long does this last?
I mean,
It only lasts like a minute, and I can wake you up if I just kind of shake you.
Yeah, it literally lasts
Which
1 minute.
Seeker does.
You have a sleepy cat in your arms.
You get shaken awake slightly. It's just he's still like kind of curled around Benjamin now.
They just snuggle in closer.
It's like,
They lick your nose. You just hear a little voice that goes, Seeker, hi.
He kind of groans. Cause like,
we can wake
I
up and
feel
help
like I
your
went
cat.
pottying for a week. Everything's terrible.
No, I think that's just the crows talking. You'll feel fine in a few minutes.
I feel like I got blackout drunk. Ugh. And like, God, he's still here.
Would the tattoo hurt at all?
Would the tattoo hurt?
It's magic.
I don't
so
think he's
probably not
realized that
anymore.
yet.
Okay, cool. I'm just like, wait, shit.
No,
How do tattoos work?
I
They
pat you.
itch,
Um,
from what I hear.
Well, I technically know, but I'm like, it's magic, so I'm just like, wait. He looks away.
it's probably fine.
Well,
I do like a hand just.
Question: did Flo take Sunshine to a reputable place to get his tattoos?
I look at the fact that they gave it to them themselves.
So no.
I look at the fact that, hey, they know sanitation protocols.
It was specifically said in the FPS that they sanitized everything.
Yes.
All right. Well, I wasn't like
Thank
saying
you,
for
Oatmeal.
like any like illnesses or anything like that, but I was just maybe going like if it, since it's a magic tattoo, if it isn't did they like basically not magic the tattoo to heal?
Oh, they would have. I just wasn't sure.
Okay, then in that case, I don't think Seeker would notice because there is no itchy or pain or anything.
Cool. I wasn't
just
sure what
there.
magic wanted to do. I pat you all. I recede into the shadows. Bye-bye.
Meanwhile, the professor is fucking furious, and he is, like, he's running around, like, trying to shoo these birds out the door. It is not working.
A couple of them, like, they're basically here to just, like, be a nuisance. Like, the scarf gets tugged, your hat is somewhere in the flock now.
Uh-huh, yeah.
It's, I will say, no one's hair escapes the onslaught, however, they seem to be being careful to, not do damage.
Benjamin crawls
although
back
they
up
are
onto
not above
Seeker's head.
vandalism.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But no, you're fine. Benjamin crawls back onto Seeker's head and starts batting at the fucking crows again, because how dare you? They don't know the professor made them fall
Can I
asleep.
grab one of the birds?
Roll Dex?
Can I...
If you succeed, can it be Benjamin slapping it into your hands?
Sure. What do I
Roll
roll to
advantage.
grab bird?
Probably a Dex or sleight of hand.
I look at you, author.
This would not be a body-based Dex, however.
Dead.
Yeah, I will say sleight of hand.
Okay. Do I get advantage because of Benjamin?
You do. Because he's good
Right.
kitty.
He's a good kibby.
Good kitty.
Protect this haircut.
18.
Let me roll. What's your dex, little dudes? Okay.
Please fail.
Oh no.
Damn it.
Good dex. Ah, shit.
I will say, like, one hovers out, like, a little bit outside of your reach, just like, hey, what do you want?
Does it actually speak?
No.
Okay. I think Seeker just groans and just Sammy,
Amy just kind of
speak
looks up
with
and goes,
animals, please.
"Oh, right, that's a thing." And what he next speaks comes out in a crow's caw. And he just basically asks the crows, "What do you want from us?"
Sammy's now full bird.
The spokes crow looks at him and goes, "Yeah, we're just here to we're here for, unholy vengeance and all that."
Back up. What? Why unholy vengeance?
Yeah, so
What did we do?
Someone forged a letter to our buddy, and it made her real sad, and we don't like it what she said. She's real nice. She lets out birdseed and shit.
No. There was no forgery whatsoever.
Sounds
Really
like something
quick.
forgers would say.
Can my fucking cat understand these fucking birds? Because boy, would Benjamin be indignant at the idea of forgery on their letters.
Can you speak crow?
I look at the fact that they are a cat, and they are a cat. They are an animal.
I point to the fact that cats and birds have different calls. I don't think they speak the same language.
I shrug. I can always get away with God's shenanigans, but I also just know that I don't want to do that. So I was just curious.
You could, you obviously heard, perhaps you understood Sammy being like, forgery!
Yeah.
He probably, indignantly said that, aloud.
Oh, Benjamin puffs out their chest and looks livid and stares at the crows like, motherfucker.
The crow looks
what
back.
What do you mean a forgery?
You think a crow fears God?
There's just an irritated little dove
God.
noise from Sammy as he pinches the bridge of his nose.
Yeah, listen, look, she's got a real hard time of it. She's up to some bullshit. The last thing she needs is, people, rubbing her childhood friend in her face,
Okay, so, let me just tell you our side of the story. You can believe us or not. And then he kind of just, without the crow even saying, okay, yeah, well, listen, he just starts going on a rant about all of the shit that Seeker has just been through, and the fact that Seeker's best friend, childhood friend, thinks that was a forgery, and just, oh, this person has trouble? My friend got poisoned, lost their memories, this, just starts listing off all of this stuff in very irritated crow's cause.
Do these crows have an armor class?
They do. Let me look for it.
I put my hands. I'm sorry. You put a bunch of
Benjamin,
birds in this
Benjamin,
tiny
no.
room
Benjamin.
with a cat.
Let's resolve the conversation part first.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got shit.
Resolve the conversation part first, please.
Yes. I mean, the crow is, like, also getting louder and louder, like, yes, well, you know what? Like, she's had a rough go of it, too. Like, she got fucking, like, she got framed for shit, and then she got stabbed, and then she got more stabbed, and then she went and abroad, and she got, like, foreign stabbed, which is worse. Like, could you roll, a persuasion?
Sure, let's roll persuasion. What's your persuasion modifier, my son? One sec. I gotta pull it up. DMV, why did you do the dumb? 1 second. It decided to delete my content.
I pat you.
Don't worry, I can quickly fix it. It's just I moved away and forgot that my iPad does not store the Okay. Persuasion is a +4. It's a 13.
You know what? I'm going to, because that meets their armor class, I'm going to say that, like, they sort of, like, consider, like, listen. We're just here doing our jobs. Our jobs is to make sure that our person is okay. Listen, we're just gonna trash the joint and then leave. You know, we're just, you're run-of-the-mill interdimensional toon.
Like gestures to the fact that they've already pooped all over the console and goes, I think you've done your job!
Oh, yeah, a little imagination.
There's literal steam coming out of Sammy's ears. His shading is red. He is pissed off.
After we do the armor class thing with the cat, the professor does have an idea to get rid of these birds.
So sorry about my fucking cat. But yeah, what's their armor class?
Their armor class is 12.
Wonderful. Oh, Benjamin, why do you do this? So they have imp stats, so that's a 6. They try. They leap off. And it's just not working. They're trying to, like, bat at these birds or whatever, but they're just evading.
Yeah, I think there's probably too many of them, and, like, you're trying to swat all of them.
They're just fucking angry. They're throwing fists. Like, how dare you say their letter is a forgery? They care about one thing. Well, 2 things. Letters and Seeker.
And they have insulted both.
Yes! Fuck.
The professor is going to go to Coriolis and say, please take everybody inside the interior doors. I need to get rid of these birds.
They look pretty peaky, but they will just sort of, like, they've got Seeger and Benjamin. They pick up Sammy, still cawing angrily. Nona hops up of her own accord. Looks around. Is that everyone? Yes, that's everyone.
Yeah. I love the idea that they just have to pick up Benjamin for when they're still trying to get the fucking birds.
Benjamin are just pecking furious right now. They're just flailing.
They're just like, motherfucker, get back here.
Just, this isn't over, you hear me?
I will eat you for dinner.
And the
Coriolis is just like, come on, I'm sure you will. Let's go.
Yeah, he opens the interior doors just quick enough that they can duck inside, and then closes them again. And he is alone in the console room. the rest of you guys are in just sort of a regular hallway that kind of looks like the console room.
Nice.
The professor goes to the console, and with the outer doors still open, he is going to set, he's going to set the ellipsis, in motion.
Is the professor doing like a Tokyo drift with the fucking ellipsis to get rid of crows?
Almost. If it counts, if he's drifting into another dimension entirely.
Wait. I just remembered, these still look like fucking doors at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like a pair of gothic doors.
There's a pair of gothic doors with crows flying out of it.
I do need to roll. Hold on.
Yeah, so he is holding very
You can
tight.
make a religion out of that.
He is holding very tightly to the console, and he makes the ellipsis slip into the astral plane instead of the ethereal plane, in a move that is actually quite dangerous, and results in a very brief vacuum. And I think it's safe to say, especially with that roll of a -1, that the birds are all sucked out.
Yeah, it's a ship that looks like doors.
Anyone in the vicinity who can understand Crow gets we swim to the legend.
Jared has no idea what the fuck these crows said, but they're hissing in return. And anybody touching Benjamin just hears like so many curses.
And the professor closes the doors and lets the ellipsis settle, and then opens the interior doors. And as he starts to methodically cast prestidigitation upon every square inch of this place.
Sammy kind
I
of
will
Seeker's going to help because he has the spell.
I believe Nona does as well. It's Coriolis just like goes and gets them up. They've been a ship hand before. They know how this works.
Yeah.
You have a cat just hugging the top of your head, Seeker, and like looking out for fucking birds.
I feel so bad for what I put Benjamin through today.
Okay, you introduced them to two sea witches, or it's not sea witches, witches or something, and then birds who insulted their letters and their person. Fucking cat.
just handshake Sammy and Benjamin. Apparently their nemesis is crows.
Fucking crows. They form an alliance.
Gosh.
And as they're cleaning up, the professor just sort of turns to Seeker, and he's got a just sort of like confused look on his face, and he says, "So those were from Peat Moss?" Because I
Apparently.
can't imagine them have
God,
coming
he
from DOC.
He looks very drained.
You're right, dear. I mean, you're not,
I'll
but
be fine. God, just go ahead.
I'll let you guys have your conversation, but yeah,
Alright. It's God, do you want to roll an insight?
yeah, sure.
Do wiggle.
That wasn't a very good roll. What's my modifier? Not as good as I would like it to be. It's an 8.
Even with an 8, you can actually roll with advantage.
Okay.
You have known Seeker for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And you just saw his fucking memories.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah. Okay, that's That's better. That's a 14.
Okay. He looks drained. He looks, how do I describe this? He kind of looks hollow right now.
Mm-hmm.
Just, it's been a long day. And it also looks like there's that like passive sort of horror of like knowing that you've made a very, very dumb decision. And it's going to probably get you in a lot of trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And he's just helping clean the console with prestidigitation.
Yeah. The professor is gonna stop him for a bit and make a motion to take his hand.
Seeker looks confused for a minute, but puts his hand in yours.
Mm-hmm. Just know, dear, that we love you.
He flinches.
You have a cat that's just licking your nose.
Hi, Benjamin. I know, Professor. I know.
Good. And he'll give your hand a pat and sort of let you be. He realizes you're overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
I think Coriolis will come over and they go, actually, Professor, do you think perhaps we could borrow a cabin? I'd like to get these two to bed. And they gesture at Seeker and Benjamin.
Certainly. Just before you open the door, keep in mind, picture what accommodations you would like, what would be comfortable, and that is what you shall receive.
Oh, this is quite a ship.
Mm-hmm.
And they lean very far down, and they mutter in your ear, if you don't mind, I'll stand guard in case Sammy is compelled again.
He hesitates and nods.
They don't look happy saying it, and when they glance at Sammy, there's no,
Malice.
fear or hatred.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Seeker, you are getting scooped. Benjamin too.
Alright, this is alright.
Hi, Beacon. Let's go.
Alright.
You have a cat just looking down at you.
He just kind of he still has that hollow look on his face.
He gets put in a nice clean bed, and both he and Benjamin get a kiss on the forehead, and they will just sort of sit next to him and keep watch. In your head, you hear, whenever you're ready, we are here. But until then, it's okay to rest.
Coriolis, there's a lot more of that, like, strange sort of cage-ish feeling from Seeker's End. It's a very hefty weight.
Can they close their eyes and think of the room, Oatmeal, and try to make it so that there's windows?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's large pane, like there's glass, but not like window panes. Like the or not. That's not the right word. Like there's no bars on the windows.
No.
Yeah.
Mm.
And they're going to imagine that on all the doors or all the walls, including the interior one, hopefully maybe, because it's a tiny little ship that's also infinite.
Mm-hmm.
The windows it can just be like basically a widow's walk room, maybe, hopefully.
A what?
A widow's walk, like one of those things that's on top of barns that's like you can sit up there and
Oh, okay.
Is that where you bale the hay from, kind of deal? Or
Not exactly. No, I see what your. It's a very windowy room.
yeah.
got you.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be like that. Do you want them to look out into the exterior, or do you want them to look, like any sort of scene you want? Because you won't be able to go through these windows. They're actually probably displaying something a little more like screens, but
Probably the exterior, and just like something that is completely and wholly not the ocean, completely and wholly like not any place that feels like you are trapped.
mm-hmm. I will say the astral plane is very open.
Mm.
I imagine, since I can kind of put them wherever, it might be like a plain or a meadow or something of that sort. It's land, and it's very open.
Mm-hmm.
If that
It's the
suits you.
windows. It's the window screen. Just the feel.
Actually,
I'm
could it
teasing.
be
I'm sorry.
somewhere? Oh, sorry.
What?
Could it be somewhere where it's snowing?
Oh, I don't see why not.
Hmm. Yeah, it's uh sort of half asleep Seeker. It seems like, the bed is in. It's still warm, but it seems as though it's in a big field where it's beginning to snow.
Mm. I think he sort of just kind of like blankly stares at one of these windows and just blankly stares. He ain't doing the best. I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. He ain't doing the best.
Hmm.
Is he lying down or anything?
Mm.
I believe he was tucked into the bed.
Wonderful.
He
You
was.
have a cat curled up right under your chin, and I don't know if this would help the whiz saves or anything, but you have a constant purring to hopefully help ground you.
Hmm. I mean, he's not rolling web saves. He's just kind of. It's like, you know how you have one of those days where all you want to do is lay in bed and be sad? Yeah.
Yes.
It's one of those moments right now.
Hmm. I think Coriolis hums a little bit, but mostly they just watch the door to save both of their friends some angst.
Mm-hmm.
What's everyone else up to?
Well, I am unsure if we are able to resolve the thing with Sammy.
I will say that is basically another plot hook.
Okay.
So eventually you will be able to fix it, / there will be some plot points that could potentially happen later down the line. So just
Hmm.
I wiggle.
I
Yeah.
gotta by the collar. Stop doing this to my brother.
Oh man, they left Sasha behind, didn't they?
Nope, she's
Nope.
in the House of Pain.
Yep.
In this canon, she rolled a bad health day. She's not doing. She's in bed. She'll be fine.
Okay. Man.
Yeah, she's in bed in the House of Paint, in Sammy's room, basically.
Okay.
Russian dolls, sentient
Matryoshka?
houses. That,
Mm.
yes.
They got a Pema. They'll be okay.
Man, I think unless anyone has anything else to add, I look at Mira. I think we're done.
We are done. But I do have like a little epilogue scene.
Of course you do, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no, epilogue. There it is.
All right.
As we fade out from the interior of the ellipsis, our heroes going about and resting from the absolute craziness that has been this entire series of adventure. While some certain points are indeed fixed, there seems to be certain plot points that are very determined to be fixed plot points at this point in time. And as we pull back farther and farther from the ethereal plane, away from the snowy scene, we fade into the castle on the cliff on Earlstown as Villari utters several choice curse words in Undercommon and yeets a mirror across the room. And that is where we will end it.
I just, yep.
Yay.
Bye. Thanks for anybody listening. I'm gonna go die now. Bye.
No, wait. Thank you, fantastic
Bye.
players. Thank you, delightful and fantabulous Codium.
Thank you as well, you guys. You guys made this an amazing thing to be a part of.
It was
God.
delightful. It was wonderful.
I pick up my beloved. You did so fucking good.
I got you.
I hope you guys had fun.
Yes.
I did.
Yes, it was
Also, I'm
fantastic.
crying.
God,
Oh, no.
okay. It's been like 4 hours, so I'm going to stop the recording.
Yep,
Right.
same here.
Bye,
Bye.
Thank you.
everybody.
Bye.